Good evening and welcome to the regular Planning Commission meeting for the City of San Mateo for December 8th, 2020. If you'd all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mary, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, I certainly will. Chair Mallory?
Present.
Vice Chair Maldonado?
Present.
Commissioner Ebnetter?
Here.
Commissioner Etheridge?
Present.
Commissioner Williams?
Present.
Thank you. All present and accounted for. I'm going to start off tonight reading a reminder for us all due to our social distancing. Due to the physical distancing protocols in place at this time, we continue to encourage public participation remotely. Information on how to provide public comment is explained at the bottom of the published agenda. There are two ways to participate. Join the Zoom meeting by clicking on the link at the top of the agenda. Use the Raise Your Hand button to be called on at the appropriate time. Phone-in participation can be done by calling 408-638-0968 with the conference ID number 860-5042-5684 and use passcode 802408. When the item of interest is opened for consideration, press star 9 to raise your hand to be called on. When called upon, press star 6 to unmute. State your name and provide your comments. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for that specific item. On our agenda, we're going to start with the consent calendar, which is the minutes of October 27th and November 10th, 2020. Do the commissioners have any comments or questions on the minutes?
Sorry, did we do the roll call already?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we did.
Comments or questions on the minutes?
No comments.
Okay, seeing none. Oh, Margaret?
Well, I did, but I can't, it's not opening for me, so I don't have them in front of me. But there was a comment in the meeting notes that there was a recommendation for the planning department to work with the neighbors of the project. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't remember the name of it, but
the Waters project.
Yeah, to resolve the issues and the construction issues. So I guess I wanted to just confirm, was it just a recommendation or was it a motion that was made to resolve those differences? And is that any stronger than a recommendation? I thought that we had made a statement that was a little bit stronger than the way it came across in the meeting minutes.
I think this is Gabrielle Whelan, Assistant City Attorney. As I recall, it was a recommendation because the construction issue was not on the agenda. And so it wasn't something that the Planning Commission was being asked to make a motion on. Okay. But I do recall that the commission made a recommendation.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Gabrielle, is that something that we would need to agendize if we wanted to discuss that further?
Yes, it is.
Margaret, do you feel you want to?
You know, the first question to ask, is it within your jurisdiction? Like, is there a matter that's coming before you? And the reason it was before you last time is they were seeking an amendment to the approved site plan. And so that's how it came before you. And so that's what the commission was being asked to vote on.
Okay.
So I guess kind of along the lines of what you're both talking about is there an opportunity to get any for the planning commission to get any follow-up in the future on the status of that? Or should we just take that offline as an email conversation?
No, we can definitely put a follow-up item on on a future planning commission agenda. Yes.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Margaret. Would everybody be okay doing one motion for the both of the minutes? Seeing no objection, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve both minutes presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. And Mary, would you give us a roll call vote?
Sorry about that. Chair Mallory,
Yes.
Vice Chair Maldonado,
Yes.
Commissioner Ebnetter,
Yes.
Commissioner Etheridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. We're going to open public comment period. During the public comment period, members of the public may speak on general items of interest within the Commission's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda. Each member of the public may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes, with a maximum of 15 minutes for the entire public comment period. The Commission shall not act on or discuss any matters raised during the public comment period, which are not on the agenda, but shall refer such matters to staff for review and/or request such matters be placed on a future agenda. Do we have any hands for our public comment period?
Yes, there is a few hands raised. I will start. I'm sorry. Sorry, there are a few hands raised. I will.
Okay, and I just want to reiterate that these are comments that are not on our agenda, so they do not pertain to Peninsula Heights and they do not pertain to Draper University.
Okay, so there looks like there's still 2 hands.
Okay, good.
Okay, Maxine, you can go ahead and speak. You hit *6 and you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It's just a question on the format of the meeting. How do we know who else is in attendance, or if anybody else is in attendance? And is that information available, even if it's not available right now? This is my first planning commission meeting since we've been online, and I know my other Zoom meetings, you can see who's in attendance. So if somebody could explain how that information could be made available, I'd appreciate it.
Salish, can I have you answer this?
Absolutely, Chair
Thank
Mallory.
you.
So there is a participants list, depending on what type of device you're using. At the bottom center, it looks like the silhouette of 2 people, and right now it says 60. So if you click on that icon, the full list of 60 participants will come up on your screen, and it'll show who all are participating in the meeting.
That's not available on my screen, and I'm in a Zoom webinar. I just have raise hand or lower hand.
Okay, let me double check.
Salish, this is Aaron Ackman. I think because she's actually a participant and not a panelist, she can't actually see all
the
of them.
participants.
Ms. Turner, what we could do is afterwards we can make, I believe we can make a participants list available as a matter of public record, and we could get that to you.
Is there any reason why only the planning commissioners who can see who's here and not members of the audience? Was that
I believe it's just a function of actually the Zoom software. It's not a conscious decision made by the city. It's just the way the platform works. But we can make the list available to you after the meeting.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, was that it for you, Maxine, for right now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there is one other hand raised. It looks like Pauline, maybe Pauline Quist. Pauline, you can speak now. You can unmute yourself or hit *6.
Yes, my name is Paul Lindquist. And
hi, Paul. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. My wife, Jeannie, is here. We're both doctors. We both overlook the area that's going to be impacted. And several questions. Number one is, is there any thought to the possibility of doing this project without removing all of the mature trees that are that you were planning to, that are part of the removal process?
Excuse me, Dr. Lindquist, could I ask you to hold your questions until we come to that item on the agenda? We definitely want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I jumped in at the wrong time.
Oh, no, it's very confusing. So I don't want to lose you. So do we have you call back? Mary, is that how it would work? Or
That's
can
fine.
we?
That's fine with me.
They just raised their hand.
He can actually raise his hand again.
Oh,
so I'm
okay,
just gonna
perfect.
I'm gonna
Perfect.
unraise his hand, and then he can raise it again.
Perfect.
Lower
Okay,
my hand
Dr.
and
Lindquist.
come back.
Lower
We
your
will-
hand. That's perfect.
We will circle back to you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to close the public comment period and move on to our public hearing on the Peninsula Heights multifamily residential project approvals, PA 2020-0112. Rendell?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Mallory, members of the Planning Commission. Just want to confirm you can see the presentation okay?
Yes.
Great. Rendell Busto, Sackney Senior Planner, here to provide the staff presentation for PA 2020-012, Peninsula Heights, Agenda Item 2. So I want to begin with a brief overview of the overall timeline of the project. Firstly, the Planning Commission reviewed the project as a study session in October of last year after the developer and the applicant, Harvest Properties, held the required outreach meeting, also in October of 2019. The primary discussion items are related to the design, site plan, as well as the proposed redevelopment of the site to residential were discussed. The applicant then filed the formal application in February of 2020, which then kicked off official city review. And toward the end of city staff review, staff circulated the mitigated negative declaration to the public from November 12th to December 2nd. And here we are presently for action on that MND as well as on the project this evening. So looking at the project site, Peninsula Heights is located on 4 existing parcels that would be grouped into 2 parcels across from each other along Campus Drive called the northern and the southern site. Together, these parcels total to approximately 15.45 acres and are both zone E1-1 for executive office. The existing uses are offices consistent with the existing adjacent office campus uses. Other adjacent uses include residences to the north and to the east in Verona Ridge and the Beresford neighborhoods. Multifamily and neighborhood commercial uses exist south of the site, and Highway 92 is located to the west of the site. The nearest Caltrain station is the Hillsdale station, approximately 2.5 miles from the site. Here is an aerial of the sites as they stand currently, the left being the northern site and the right being the southern site. The proposal before you this evening would demolish the existing 4 office buildings and construct a total of 290 residential units, consisting of detached single-family homes, 3-story attached townhomes, and 4-story stack flats and townhomes. A total of 624 on-site parking spaces would be provided, which is a combination of attached 2-car garages, both in a tandem and side-by-side configuration, serving the residential units, as well as on-site guest parking. A total of 324 on-site trees of both non-native trees and heritage tree species are proposed for removal. In its place would be new landscaping, part of a 6.5 acre open space design across both sites, consisting of parks, walking trails, and overlook areas. Public improvements include a reduction from 4 travel lanes to 2 travel lanes along Campus Drive to accommodate a Class 2 bike lane, as well as wider sidewalks incorporating green infrastructure and landscaping. This slide shows a breakdown of the floor area, density, and unit count for each site. So the left being the northern site and the right being the southern site.
What? Okay, don't worry. I don't know what to do.
The project before you this evening would require the following entitlements: a special use permit to allow residential uses on parcel zone E1-1, site plan and architectural review for the construction of 290 units and associated improvements, site development planning application for the removal of major vegetation as well as grading, vesting tentative map for condominium units, and lastly, adoption of a mitigated negative declaration as mentioned previously in conformance with CEQA. So this slide shows a list of the adopted local codes and policies applicable to the project. The general plan designates the site as executive office and is zone E1-1. The zoning code allows residential uses on the site through a special use permit, which is one of the entitlements this evening, subject to certain development standards in the R3 zone. And here's a list of those applicable standards in the zoning code and the project conformance to them, including density, the number of units, height, as well as minimum bike and vehicle parking requirements. So this section drawing is a helpful image showing the proposed sidewalk and infrastructure design, which are in conformance with the citywide pedestrian master plan and 2020 bicycle master plan adopted in April of this year. As previously mentioned, the project incorporates a new Class 2 bike lane, as well as landscape improvements at the pedestrian level through a combination of street trees, landscaping, and retaining walls with integrated landscaping at the project frontages. So this slide shows a list of the applicable state codes and policies applicable to the project. So firstly, the Housing Accountability Act, or HAA, which outlines that if a project is consistent with adopted objective standards, such as Peninsula Heights, the city may only deny or reduce the density of the project if certain findings related to adverse health or safety impacts are made. Second, the applicant submitted a complete preliminary application in accordance with Senate Bill 330, which was made effective just this year. So as a project that submitted a preliminary application under SB 330, the city is prohibited from imposing standards adopted after the applicant submitted the preliminary application, which was in February of this year, unless the applicant provides the project by changing the number of units or project floor area by 20% or more. And lastly, with regard to state density bonus, the project conforms to the city's local inclusionary acts by devoting 10% of the 290 units to the lower income level. This allows the developer to request waivers or incentives or concessions, as well as reduced parking standards. So by providing 10% of the lower income category level, the project is able to request an up to 20% density bonus on top of the local density limits. But because the project is within the density limits of the zoning code, the project doesn't request a density bonus on top of the city's density limits. The state code still allows the applicant to request waivers and one incentive or concession. And so before you is a list of the requested waivers to exceed the floor area ratio and for relief from minimum lot frontage, lot size, as well as grading limitation. So the building's design was reviewed formally by city staff, as well as the city's design review consultant, Larry Cannon of Cannon Design Group. Since the Planning Commission last saw this project in October of 2019, the applicant made numerous changes in response to Planning Commission staff and Larry Cannon's comments. A quick summary is just a greater variety of unit types and sizes through the addition of single family and stacked flat units. Given the integration of the various unit types, the site plan, materials, and massing had also been refined during the project review. Refinement to the open park space and retaining wall designs had also been incorporated during the formal review of the plans. This slide shows a sample of the 3 main unit types, the upper being single family detached, lower left being attached 3-story townhomes, and to the bottom right, the stacked flat and townhome combination buildings. And here's a list of the most commonly used exterior materials throughout the project, which include siding, stucco, stone veneer, and metal for various portions of the building. I do want to note the architect and the applicant are present this evening to provide more detail on the proposed design approach. The staff received several public comments on the project throughout the project review and during the notice period, which was a range of support for the project, as well as concerns regarding noise, views, and traffic. After publication of the staff report, about 10 public comments were submitted, many of which spoke in favor of the project. All comments have been provided to the Planning Commission for their consideration this evening. One focused issue raised at the Planning Commission study session last year and also came up in public comment letters was the existing emergency vehicle access lane or EVA lane connecting Campus Drive to 26th Avenue, just adjacent to the southern site. Currently, the EVA is closed to the public and will remain closed to the public. And what was expressed at that Planning Commission meeting and which is agreeable to city staff as well as the applicant is opening of that EVA lane to motorists would likely cause cut-through traffic to Highway 92. And so in response to those comments, the applicant has worked with the city to meet all codes so as to not require or to request opening of that EVA. The city also imposed condition of approval number 57, requiring that the EVA lane will remain an EVA lane under this project. And the city also conducted a traffic analysis, which will be discussed shortly, that confirms that intersection improvements are not warranted under this project. So the city prepared an initial study and mitigated negative declaration, which was circulated during the 20-day period of November 12th to December 2nd. No public comments were received during the public review period, focused on the ISMND that warranted further analysis or presented new information that the tech studies did not cover. The ISMND concludes that there would be no significant impacts to the environment with the implementation and mitigation measures, which have been incorporated as conditions of approval. Those mitigation measures are construction focused and relate to biological resources, hazardous materials, as well as noise. I do want to note that the city's CEQA consultant is present this evening should questions related to the ISMND arise. As part of that initial study, the city traffic consultant prepared a transportation analysis with 2 metrics. The first being vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. With the metric of VMT, for CEQA, the project is estimated to reduce VMT by just over 4,800 or about 15% when compared to the existing office uses. So this results in a less than significant impact for CEQA criteria. The city also had a level of service or LOS analysis prepared that looks at the effect of the project on existing intersections in conformance with the city's general plan. The LOS analysis concludes that there would be a decrease in weekday AM and PM peak hour trips, and that none of the study intersections would exceed LOS standards outlined in the general plan or require intersection modifications. But despite the project's expected reduction in traffic volumes, the applicant has committed to preparation of a TDM plan or Transportation Demand Management Plan to further reduce trips. The TDM plan is prepared by the city's TDM consultant and would include measures such as a TDM coordinator, bike repair stations, as well as a subsidy for e-bikes to further encourage the reduction of trips. So with that, staff is able to make the following recommendation to the Planning Commission, which is to adopt a resolution to approve the special use permit, site plan and architectural review, site development planning application, vesting tentative map for Peninsula Heights, and adopt a mitigated negative declaration to assess the environmental impacts of the project based on the findings for approval and subject to the conditions of approval. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation. Happy to take any questions the commission may have. Again, the applicant and the architect is present this evening and will be providing a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rendell. Does anyone have questions of Rendell, or should we go ahead and have the applicant give a presentation now?
I would
Comments?
say have the presentation by the applicant now.
And then hold our comments. Okay, our questions. Okay, Rendell, can we have the applicant do their presentation now, please?
Sure.
Great. Can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, hi, my name is Preston O'Connell. I'm a partner with Harvest Properties, and I'm going to be bringing you through our project Peninsula Heights this evening. We are very appreciative for the opportunity to present to the community as well as the Planning Commission. By way of quick background, Harvest Properties has been doing business in San Mateo for well over a decade. We really pride ourselves on working collaboratively with the city and community. And on this project, we started that well in a year in advance of actually submitting our pre-application, where we did a lot of deep listening, met with a lot of incredible people, and learned a lot about the area. And we think as part of that process, have really landed in a much better place than where we started. So just to jump into it, the project is about 290 units of entry-level housing that's obviously desperately needed in the community. We thought this location would be a very thoughtful place for that type of housing because we have the Beresford community that's just to the south of us, and then the Verona Ridge community that's actually just to the north of us. And this will provide that connective tissue between those two established residential areas. The campus area is already actually in transition with a Montessori school across the street from our southern parcel. And so we think that this would be a really wonderful place for a housing project. In addition to all of that, we actually have the College of San Mateo, who we've met with multiple times. They're very excited about this project potentially coming to the area. And they have over 100 acres of athletic facilities and classrooms, and on the weekend, the farmers market that we think will be a wonderful amenity potentially to the residential community, as well as we have the Laurelwood Shopping Center that's just moments away by driving or walking, that has over 50 retail options and grocery options. And then we're actually going to retain about half of the office space in the blue area that you see outlined and make a long-term investment in that for businesses so they can remain in the community, take a very kind of balanced approach. So why redevelop? Well, the buildings, as you can see, are at the end of their functional life. They're almost 50 years old, and so they need to be reimagined. And so we had two options that were in front of us. One was to go with much higher density office. It would be about a 300% increase that's allowed under current zoning code. That would further exacerbate the jobs housing imbalance, traffic, and impacts on massing and height. Or alternatively, something a little bit more creative, which would be entry-level housing, which I said is the hardest housing to find. In fact, when we were doing our research, we went during the peak sales market and found that if you were looking for a home that was at or below the median home income price, that was 2 bedrooms or more, you only had 10 options available for you out of a population of 100,000 people. That's a remarkable number. And so to provide almost 300 units that kind of fit that criteria, we think would be really special. In addition to that, we would be reducing traffic, as Rendell pointed out. We'd have a reduction on average kind of massing or building height from the kind of big monolithic office buildings that exist there today. A very meaningful contribution to affordable housing, and most importantly, kind of help reversing this jobs housing imbalance in what we think is a thoughtful way. And so when polling the community, everyone felt kind of overwhelmingly this was the right direction. So what did we revise kind of through this journey? Well, originally we had a very homogeneous product offering. It was mostly all 3 bedrooms. There wasn't a lot of variety in unit sizes and types. So now we have 2, 3, and 4 bedroom unit types, equally balanced. We've significantly increased our park areas, which I'll touch on more in a moment. We'll have this wonderful almost 2-mile walking trail system that will be available to the whole community. We'll have a reduction in building heights, which I've talked about, and as well as a big increase in open space. Almost 40+% of the site will be open space. But I think one of the most profound changes is the fact that Campus Drive now, the public realm area in Campus Drive, is going to be significantly improved from what's there today. What you have right now is basically a sidewalk and then very kind of disparate landscaping behind it. And our new vision for the area, it's going to meet all of the new pedestrian master design guidelines, the green infrastructure guidelines. There's going to be a class 2 bike lane, and then you'll have a new landscaping planning area, then a new sidewalk system, and then a very generous landscaping buffer. So we think that transition from the public realm into the site is going to be really wonderful. That will benefit not only folks within the project, but people in the immediate neighborhood that can take advantage of those things. In addition to all that, the project's going to provide, we think, a pretty handsome community economic benefit to the city and community with almost $9 million in impact fees. And one of the other things that we found was that because it's an existing office campus, it's actually served, well, it's not on Caltrain, it's actually served by 2 Caltrain stops. And working with commute.org as well as city staff, we think that this project is going to help protect the funding for those Caltrain stops, which will be pretty special. So going on, what have we changed since we were in front of you? And what was our homework assignment that we worked on coming out of the Planning Commission study session back in the fall? There's kind of 4 major thematic things that we heard. One was, how do we create more recreational areas for folks to take advantage of and make a variety of programming, not just before it was very catered to young children. Now we have programming that really cater to people of all ages with multiple sport courts, fitness station loop, picnic areas, community gardens, public art, scenic lookout points. So it's something that will really be intriguing for everyone. In addition to that, we were asked to go back, instead of having a very homogeneous unit type, go back and create a lot more variety in unit sizes. And we really heard this from the community too. And so now we have a true single family detached product that will provide a 4-bedroom offering that we didn't have before. The unit size range is now over 120% bigger than where we started. And that was really, really tough to do. And so now, instead of having units that originally were only maybe 1,400 to 1,800 square feet, they're now from 1,300 to 2,400 square feet. And it used to be very vertical living. Now we have horizontal living with flats and a lot of different varieties so that, again, we can cater to the largest segment of the community. In addition to all that, focus on wellness and sustainability. This will be one of the largest all-electric for sale projects in the peninsula with solar capabilities for every building, low flow fixtures, a lot of permeable paving. We're using silva-cell technology to promote more biotreatment and strong tree growth. And we'll have this 2-mile kind of fitness station loop that we think will be great for community building. It was really hard to go back, and I really applaud our designers for kind of accomplishing all those goals while trying to hang on to parking. As you know, a lot of those things were in natural tension with parking. And so while we're a state density project and we could have gone below the city code, we've actually been able to hang on to meeting the city standards of 2.2 stalls per unit. The project was always dependent on tandem parking, but we actually reduced that dependency by over 25% from where we started in our pre-application to where we got today. So we tried to really listen to the coaching that we received from you all and make some really great changes to the project. So let me bring you on a quick journey of what you would experience coming down Campus Drive in this new Envision project. So one of the things we've done is we've significantly increased the park areas. As I said, they got almost 50% bigger from when we saw you last in the fall. This park area would be right in front, would be oriented towards young families with play equipment for children of all ages. It's about 35% bigger, and we think it will be a wonderful front door and amenity to our neighbors with Verona Ridge. Architecturally, we've concentrated a lot of our more traditional unit design types so that it mimics the architecture in the established neighborhood on the Verona Ridge side, as well as we've concentrated our slightly higher density product in the interior site, which so it has less impact on our immediate neighbors. It's largely invisible. And then as we come down Campus Drive, again, we'll be bringing these new public improvements to Campus Drive with the bike lane and the green infrastructure. But as we come down there, we start to encounter more contemporary architecture with the existing office buildings that flank us on 2 sides. And so our single family detached has a slightly more contemporary design to it. And we think that kind of finds a harmonious balance between the various architecture designs and styles within the area. One of the most unique things about both of the sites is that we're kind of nestled or tucked in to the hillside, and you can't really see the project site from most of the community that surrounds it. Coming down Campus Drive, if you could go to the next slide, please. As you come down Campus Drive, this is what you experience. So you would see on the lower photo there, that would be our new front door with the great kind of pocket park area. We focus really, really hard on trying to create a thoughtful landscape transition with a few neighbors that we do have at Verona Ridge. And so we probably hosted 10 or 15 Zoom calls with them to kind of curate that landscaping, to promote privacy and natural light. And so we have 4 layers of landscaping that kind of transition between those property boundaries. Right now, there's almost no landscaping. It's pretty barren. And then it overlooks kind of a sea of asphalt of parking and with a big monolithic office building in the backdrop. So we think this is a massive improvement. We've worked really hard to create a lot of architectural movement within the various building designs and vary that as much as we possibly can. And it was a very collaborative effort between us and staff and Larry Cannon and also the community and you all. So we think we've landed in a great spot there. As we go down, we would encounter this, what we call the southern parcel. A lot of very similar themes. Our park areas have gotten anywhere from 40 to 140% larger. In some of these park areas on this site, we have a community garden now, which we think will be wonderful for folks. We have this fitness trail that will go all the way around the whole campus. And we think that will be great for people in the community to use. As Reynold pointed out, we will keep 26th Avenue closed, but there'll be a new improved scenic lookout point that people in the community can take advantage of. And then as we move down, you can see we've also taken the approach, as we did with the northern parcel, to really kind of integrate this in with the surrounding neighborhood and with surrounding topography and landscaping. We're also trying to activate the public right-of-way along Campus Drive. As I mentioned, we have some new neighbors with the Montessori school, and they were very excited to hear that instead of the office across the street, which has a little bit more transient employees that maybe be less mindful of kind of racing up and down Campus Drive, now we would have potentially long-term stakeholders in the area that would be more mindful of that. So they were very excited to see that potentially coming in. So from here, kind of give some vignettes of some of the lifestyle shots within the project. If we could advance to the next slide, thank you. And so you can see a great kind of close-up of some of the recreational amenities, picnic areas that we'll have. At the lower image, you can see some of the public realm area that we really tried to enhance with the bike lane, and then there's multiple layers of landscaping as you transition into the project, being really thoughtful about using local native planting types that were drought resistant, a lot more fire resistant than a lot of the plantings that are there today, and are mostly more thoughtfully programmed and curated. From here, I'll talk a little bit about the 3 unit types that are now incorporated into the project. So we have the true single family detached. This product, we focus on 3 things. 1, having great kind of usable elevated outdoor space. We think that would be wonderful, especially coming off of COVID, to have some private spaces that are usable for individual residents. We worked really hard with city staff and Larry Cannon to push and pull the architecture as much as we possibly could, while still focusing on bringing as much natural light, taking advantage of the view corridors that are there, and still making them very efficient so we could achieve that 4-bedroom unit count and not lose a lot of unit density. We tried to focus on having each unit have its own entrance and identity, and really focus on rich materiality and palette, and using a color palette that does mimic the neighborhood that surrounds it, so that we're trying to make it as consistent as possible. The next product that we have is actually the product that you saw in the pre-application that you seem to really enjoy. We worked hard with, again, staff and Larry Cannon to further refine that and make it better. There's a more traditional vernacular. It does have elevated outdoor space, as well as kind of a rich materiality palette. We've actually pushed and pulled the articulation as much as is allowed from a structural perspective. So we think we've landed in a really great spot. And again, this architecture is found a lot on our boundary lines with our established neighbors. And then the last product that we've incorporated is a 4-story product that, again, has a little bit more traditional architectural style to it. It has a 2-story a 2-story townhome that's a little bit smaller, which create a wonderful, affordable entry price point for maybe young families or young professionals. And then it has a horizontal flat that's below it that would be both 2 and 3 bedrooms. That might be great for retirees. And so again, we try to cater to and really think about all people in the community that would be benefit from this housing and trying to make it as affordable as possible. Going back to sustainability and wellness, we're really excited that I think we're the first project to provide an e-bike subsidy. We'll be one of the largest all-electric projects. All of our fixtures will be low flow, meeting all the new REACH codes and CalGreed standards. We'll have EV charging in all of our guest parking and pre-wired for all of the units. We'll have this fitness trail loop. So we think this is going to be a really healthy, fun place to live. So I want to take a step back, and address something we've tried to do, like I said early on, a lot of deep listening with the community. And so this is a summary of some of the things that we heard and how we've addressed them. Some of them are already touched on, so I won't reiterate those. But we heard from the Beresford area, please keep that emergency vehicle access point closed, which we're going to do. And we took that very seriously. And in fact, that will be memorialized in a condition of approval. And we worked hard with city staff to really be genuine about saying we could do that. As Randall pointed out, this will have a massive reduction from the office that's there on traffic, which is pretty unusual and very special that this project offers. We met with all the school administrators. They were very appreciative to get this much notice. And one of the things that we actually learned from them more anecdotally is that they've actually seen a reduction in student population that was actually quoted by the demographer Tom Williams, that because a lot of folks can't afford to remain in the community or stay here as their families grow, a lot of the kids unfortunately move elsewhere, and so they've seen school attendance drop. We heard that there may be some concerns around noise, so we dropped our ratio of rooftop decks by over 40%. So we try to be very thoughtful and responsive to that. As I talked about before, we've really focused on improving the public realm spaces and really create a sense of community that would really bind together the established neighborhood and offer amenities that just don't exist right now that everyone could take advantage of. So I'm sure we didn't get it 100% right, but we tried really, really hard, and we did a lot of listening, and we think we've landed in a really wonderful place. In conclusion, we think the project, again, will offer a rich offering of economic benefits of almost $9 million in impact fees, almost 30 units in affordable housing, which for sale would be, I think, one of the largest unit count contributions, a strong impact on local businesses, which I think will be important coming out of COVID. Fundamentally, this project will provide 290 units of desperately needed entry-level housing. And as a result of that, we've received support from a number of notable organizations like Greenbelt Alliance, BAHAC, SAMCETA, YIMBY, Peninsula for Everyone, and several others. And so would love to answer any questions. We're very passionate about this project, and we hope that we look forward to your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Preston. Do you commissioners have any questions right now, or should we ask for comments from the public?
I have questions, but I'm happy to wait until public. It's up to you. I'll defer to your judgment, Ellen.
Would the rest of you like to wait, or would you like to ask some questions now and then go to the public?
I can't wait for the
I
public.
can go either way.
Okay, why don't we wait? Let's offer up to the public a chance to speak and air their opinions. And Mary, if you would let us know how many hands we have up.
Hey, Ellen, they're still coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 15 speakers right now.
Okay.
16. It keeps going up. So
Okay.
I have 16 at this point.
Okay. So why don't we offer a 2-minute speaking period for each speaker? And since we have such a large list, that way everyone will have an opportunity to give their thoughts. Okay.
All right.
So let's go.
Okay. So I'm sorry, one moment. I'm having a problem with, let me go to the next one. Okay. Corey Smith, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Commissioners. Corey Smith on behalf of the Bay Area Housing Advocacy Coalition. We're a regional nonprofit organization that advocates for housing at all income levels. And I'm speaking here tonight to encourage you to support the Peninsula Heights proposal. A number of other speakers after me will highlight the number of new homes, proximity to transit in downtown with the new shuttles, the bedroom mix that is going to increase the number of families that'll be able to call the community home, plus the nearly $10 million in additional community benefits. I, though, want to simplify the conversation a little bit and emphasize the number of people that you're going to be providing a home. Potentially 1,000 new residents that some of you will get to call community members, neighbors, and hopefully friends. I think you have an incredible opportunity to provide an opportunity for somebody else in the form of a high quality place to live. So for your future friends, please do not let this opportunity pass. We encourage you to approve the project today. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
And the next speaker I have is Paul Lindquist. Paul?
My name is Paul Lindquist, and our home overlooks this area. A couple of questions. What is the footprint percentage-wise compared with the footprint of the buildings that are going to be demolished? That's number one. Number two, how large is the community garden, and would outside people have access to that, or would it be just for the people in this area, in this development? Number three, has any thought been given to developing trails down below the area where the stream is, where there is a lot of trash and debris and has never been cleaned up from way back? The stream that runs down below that area, has that ever been considered as part of this project? Those are my questions.
Okay, and Mr. Lindquist, we will have staff come back around to that. We as a commission are not able to react to your questions.
Certainly the footprint question should be a very easy one.
And we'll have staff circle back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Dan. Dan, can you speak?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and everyone here. You know, growing up here, it's been amazing, right? We're from here. My family's from here. I live here now with my wife and 3 small kids, and you know, seeing a lot of my friends, you know, over the past 5 or 6 years, really not being able to find the affordable housing kind of starter home options in the community that they were raised in, I think has been a really tough pill for a lot of us local folks to swallow. Seeing a project like this offer, you know, multiple residences, which I think are extremely thoughtful for all stages of life, is really great to see. I think our community needs more of it. You know, I look at a lot of different, you know, developments that have happened over the past 10 years as our city and our local cities and communities as a whole has really grown and seen developments. You've seen some that don't necessarily look like a fit. It's really refreshing to see a community, a new development that fits so seamlessly and actually really bridges a gap, I think, between neighborhoods, and one that, you know, I don't think we really realized what was there, and it's something that we will realize was there when this community is built and kind of bridges the gap between the neighborhoods up and along the 92. You know, I'm a huge proponent of it. I think it's a really smart move by the city. As you look at these antiquated office buildings, this feels like, for me, and growing up here and seeing kids grow up here and friends of kids, it feels somewhat like a no-brainer. So I appreciate the comments that you guys have provided to the developer. I think they took those in stride, and I think they've really improved it since the last time they presented. So thank you all for your time. Have a great night and stay safe. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, so the next speaker is Adam Lorraine. Adam, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Planning Commissioner and staff and applicant. My name is Adam Lorraine. I am a 25+ year resident of San Mateo, and speaking as a resident tonight. I am a Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission for our fair city, but these opinions are mine and mine alone as a private resident. I just wanted to support this project and just note that as the applicant and others have stated, it appears to help mitigate the jobs housing imbalance in our city. Doubly so, not just by increasing housing, of course, but by reducing the potential for large office projects in the future and some of the office space in our city, which is extra important when projects such as Bay Meadows, as your commission saw earlier this year, are revised to increase office space and reduce housing units. Like the last speaker mentioned, this reminds me of the Waters Park development, and I like the idea of some of this sort of theme in our city of previous office space being transferred into community homes, and the idea of owning a home is great. When we saw passage and there were questions around that on whether we wanted starter homes kind of in that development or to maximize housing units. I see an opportunity in this new development to have the best of both worlds. And there's a lot more to like about this development. It being all electric, having a community garden, a bike lane, the Caltrain shuttle, as was mentioned, park areas. So it looks very nice, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Okay, so the next speaker is Cameron Palmer. Cameron, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Great.
Hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Well, thanks everyone for taking the time to listen to my comments today, and I hope everyone's been safe and all that in this crazy year. My name is Cameron Palmer, and I've been a resident of San Mateo for a little over 20 years, and grown up on the peninsula since I was about 5 years old. Currently very recently married and renting on the peninsula in Burlingame right now, and looking to grow our family over the next couple of years. I'm, I guess, what you would call exactly that young professional that is hoping to find a affordable, quote unquote affordable, whatever that means these days, but entry-level home in San Mateo. I've seen a lot of my childhood friends, moved up to the city after college and then have gone to the North Bay or the East Bay to find those lower cost entry points to start raising their families. And I really want to, stay local in San Mateo, and my family's here, the community's here, and, overall just a great warmth and feel in the community from my childhood. So when I saw a project like this, I was very excited because I think a lot of the focus of developments over the last 10 to 20 years or so have been on rental units in the city, which are great and sorely needed as well. But it's great to just see another project adding some for sale homes because, no matter what the cost of those homes are, more units helps that, classic supply demand imbalance. So I think the project, as one of the other persons said tonight, kind of fits nicely within that community. I thought those office buildings are pretty terrible today. So I think it's a great upgrade for the community. It fits in well and will be a great add to the city over time. So I'm supporting this. Obviously, I didn't say that at the beginning, but thank you for your time, and hope you guys have a great holidays.
Thank you, Cameron.
Okay, the next speaker is Larissa Okanyada. Sorry about that. Hi, Larissa, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Larissa Okanyada, and I'm with SAMCETA. SAMCETA fully supports the proposed Peninsula Heights project as it is in a community-oriented location, central to the College of San Mateo, Hillsdale Shopping Center, and acres of open space and trails. Incoming residents of the Peninsula Heights project will help support our local economy for years to come during a time when recovery is much needed. We believe it will revitalize the area, supporting small businesses and enriching nearby amenities. Moreover, Peninsula Heights will generate above $9 million in fees to support community programs that our city relies on. Peninsula Heights will be a meaningful addition to the neighborhood, and we encourage the San Mateo Planning Commission to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Larissa.
All right. The next speaker is Juan Espinoza. Juan, are you there? Juan? Okay, I will move to the next. Let's see.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good evening, Honorable Chair, Planning Commissioners, members of staff, and members of the community. My name is Juan Espinoza. I'm a field representative at the Carpenters Union in San Mateo County. And I just have a brief comment, just for the record. We, the Carpenters, have been in constant communication with Harvest Properties since the inception of this project. But unfortunately, we are unable to come to agreeable terms for the construction of this project. Thank you for your time, and that is my comment.
Thank you, Juan.
Our next speaker is Philip Lesser. Philip, are you there?
Yes, just unmuted. Hi, Philip Lesser. Our family's been in San Mateo for about 35 years. I happen to be in the land use entitlements business. And what's striking me as being historic here, and I think later when you reflect on the time you spend on this planning commission, you may look at this as the most important project that you had, in the sense that it started before COVID arrived, and now it's taking place at a time when people are working from home. So while we've been spending an enormous amount of time trying to get offices built here in San Mateo so that people didn't have to hop on freeways and they could live close to it, now people are actually working, as we all know, from home. We're actually being civically engaged from home. I'm talking to you from my house, right? You're all at home. If we don't go back to the pre-COVID world, what we're doing here is going to be basically what's going to happen throughout the developed world. You're going to be seeing rezoning, which is de facto what you're doing here, right? You're changing an area that was zoned for office to housing, and you're going to be seeing repurposing. So the existing office, I suspect, is not going to have as many people working out of it as previously. So I'm very supportive of this. We had a housing crisis prior to COVID, and we're going to continue having to find more housing, affordable housing in particular. This does that. They've done a very good job integrating it into the community. And again, I think that this one is going to be a very historic value, very important. So with that, thank you ever so much, commissioners.
Thank you, Philip.
Okay, next we have Patrick Lowe. Hi, Patrick. Are you there?
Hi, Mary Way.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Lowe. I'm a county resident, but I'm also a tenant in the Pacific Heights project. My offices have been at the 2755 Campus Drive building since 2012, the South Parcel. And for a lot of those years, even before the current owner and the applicant became the owner, much of the business park was underutilized and partly vacant. And that's remained true. And I think it's because the buildings are at the end of their use. They're old, and I love my view out the windows, but it seems a little underutilized. And I absolutely support the conversion of the space we have here into the housing that our community really, really needs. Harvest project, it meets the needs of families too, with this mix of townhouses and flats and all 2 and 4 bedroom single family homes. And I think this for sale product is much better for our community and much more needed than some of the high end, super high density for rent in the apartments that we've seen in some of the other projects in our communities. 290 homes are going to create a lot of positive business for the shops that I shop at up at Laurelwood Shopping Center on my way home, pre-COVID when we were going into the office. I don't think we can overlook that economic benefit that all of these families are going to bring to those small businesses. And lastly, I want to commend Preston O'Connell and his team at Harvest Properties. I mean, their outreach and care in the community have been fantastic. As a tenant, I can tell you they've been candid and helpful all the way through. Our lease expired at the very early stay-at-home orders this year. They've extended our time on the site as long as they can allow for us, and have been really helpful and actively helping us in finding other suitable new offices. They've been a great landlord as well as a project developer. So I support the developer in their approach. I support the housing product they're proposing. And I think the homes are also going to be a great benefit to the small businesses in our community for the long run. Thanks so much for hearing me out.
Thank you, Patrick.
Okay, the next speaker we have is Kelsey Baines.
Good evening.
There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Kelsey Baines. I'm with Peninsula for Everyone. We are a pro-housing advocacy group. We advocate for more homes at all income levels, better transportation options, and protection of tenants. And we are supportive of this project, which I think is a great and improved use for the site, where we're replacing underutilized office with homes for families, and it's all electric homes. And just personally, as someone in my mid-30s, I'm someone who grew up in the Bay Area, and I really struggle to imagine any kind of future for myself in this area. And when I walk around my current neighborhood, the only things I see under construction are these really large single family homes that I would never want or be able to afford. So it's really nice to see kind of the unit mix and the amenities here, which will appeal to young families. And I also think it's great to just have the kind of housing that will meet the needs for the workforce, so we can have fewer cars coming across the bridge and sitting in traffic, and closer to where the jobs are here on the peninsula. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Okay, next we have Laura Duncan. Hi, Laura, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Laura Duncan. I'm a lifelong resident of San Mateo. I'm currently a teacher in San Mateo and a community volunteer. And I just want to bring a couple concerns from the neighbors who live in the Beresford area below the proposed development. The EVA, Emergency Access Vehicle Road, we're really pleased to see that you are open to keeping that closed to prevent our neighborhood, which has very narrow, small streets, from becoming kind of a frontage road for 92 should traffic pick up again after COVID. We have concerns that over time, maybe the people who are, the current developer will come and go, the commission will come and go, the city staff will come and go, but we residents will be remaining. And I was hoping that perhaps we could publicly keep a note of the promise to keep that road closed by making some kind of sign on the gate or in that area, acknowledging that commitment to the people who purchased their homes in the Beresford area before this time, because part of what attracted us to our homes was the peace and quiet of our small streets. Another thing that our neighborhood has some concerns about is that with 100 new residents, like Mr. Smith was saying in the area above us, 1,000 new residents in the area above us, that's a lot of people. And if 3 and 4 bedroom units, maybe adult children will be living at home, extended families will be living at home. The garage, 2-car garages are great, but I know if you have a young adult child living at home, which lots of people do now during COVID and even before, kids are not bouncing out the door as fast as they used to in the past. The amount of parking might be, with only 2.2 spots per unit, a little tight, and our neighborhood could potentially become an overflow parking lot. So that is something I would just like to say. I appreciate the amendment to add a little bit more parking and such, but I still have concerns that our neighborhood could become an overflow parking lot, and if the gate was opened at any time, traffic and our way of life down here would be impeded. So thank you for considering adding a sign to that frontage road. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Mary, do we have any additional speakers?
I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Alex Melendres, are you there?
I am. Sorry,
Okay.
I was waiting for my name to be called.
No, that's fine. I was muted. Not your fault.
Well, hello, San Mateo Planning Commission. My name is Alex Melendres. I work at the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. Our mission is to work with communities and new leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. We are pleased to see the Peninsula Heights proposal provide both market rate and affordable for sale townhomes, replacing underutilized office space with 290 homes is more than just, entitling a development. A home is a home, and, one home has a family story, people with jobs or at school or in retirement, or just being oneself. People resting with pets, loved ones, or just relaxing and, watching Netflix or TV at the end of the day. And that's kind of what we all go to with a home, is we all seek our comfort. That's kind of what a home provides, and that's what these 290 spaces will turn into. And this is unrelated to HLC, but as a recent appointee for the Peninsula Clean Energy Citizen Advisory Committee, speaking only on my own behalf, I am also impressed with the clean energy goals, the e-bike rebate, and generally the energy goals of the proposal. Back to representing HLC. By approving this application, the Planning Commission will further a vision of an inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future for the city of San Mateo, where all individuals can have access to affordable space they can call home in their own version of comfort. So we urge the Planning Commission to support the Peninsula Heights proposal to meet the urgent need for homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay, well, it looks like we have 6 more people on the line. The next one is Zoe Siegel. Zoe, are you there?
Yes, hello, hi. My name is Zoe Siegel, and I'm the Director of Climate Resilience at Greenbelt Alliance. And Greenbelt Alliance is an environmental nonprofit that promotes climate-smart housing to make our communities safer and more inclusive. And we're really at a critical turning point in our climate crisis, and we need to act now to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and build resilient communities. We're also desperately in need of more affordable housing. Building affordable housing is an important way to address both the housing and climate crises that we're facing, and we are extremely proud to endorse Peninsula Heights. The 290 all-electric new units will help San Mateo County make significant progress towards their RHNA goals and also provide much-needed housing for those who live and work in the area, which will reduce commute times and greenhouse gas emissions. The pocket parks and green infrastructure elements will have a positive impact on carbon sequestration and the heat island effect, and those benefits will go well beyond the new residents to really be resources to the community as a whole. It's no secret that the Bay Area is struggling to deal with growth. By growing more efficiently, we can reduce the pressure for lengthy commutes and their negative side effects while maximizing the economic resources of our region. Peninsula Heights is another smart step for San Mateo to ensure that homes and jobs are located near each other with high-quality transit access. We hope its swift approval will inspire communities around the region to redouble their efforts to grow smartly. Every community must play their part to increase the housing stock in a climate-smart way. The time is running out to address our climate crisis, and I hope you do the right thing and expeditiously approve this sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe.
Okay, our next speaker is Jordan Grimes. Jordan, are you there?
Yes. Good evening, commissioners. Jordan Grimes, Peninsula for Everyone, as well as a resident here in San Mateo. Just want to briefly voice my support for the Peninsula Heights project. There are a number of things that I really like about, namely, first, that replaces an aging, decrepit office park with new housing, which, as we all know, is badly needed here. As others have already spoken to, there's a wide range of unit types and sizes, and of course, 30 below market rate ownership units. We know that ownership units, especially larger ownership units, are a really hard housing type to produce, especially around here. So it's very nice that we're adding to that stock. And I also really appreciate that the developer went with an all electric build out. I do wish the project was a little bit higher density. And in the future, I think we need to embrace density minimums rather than maximums. But I think it does make a certain amount of sense for this location, given how it's not as transit oriented as others that have come before the commission. Ultimately, this is a nice HAA compliant project, and I look forward to seeing it built and meeting the new San Mateans who will eventually live here. So thank you as always. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Robert Whitehair. Robert, are you there?
Yes, I am. Chairman Mallory, members of the commission, thank you very much for this opportunity to address you tonight. I am Vice Chairman of Sustainable San Mateo County, but I'm speaking tonight only on my own behalf. The project, I'll echo what Jordan Grimes said. This is a dense project. I love it. I very much support this project. And we should look forward to the future where we can have even denser projects. And I say that in full awareness that next door to me are the Burrell office buildings. And someday they're going to outlive their usefulness. And I would love to see them be as dense as this project, if not more. I noted in the presentation by the developer, by the way, this is a very well thought out plan, but I noticed that he said 10% low income housing. I hope he means that. I hope he doesn't mean 10% affordable housing. As you know, in San Mateo, we have a target of 6,600 units for the next 8 years for RHNA housing. And a large part of that is going to be very low income and low income. We have historically as a city not met those goals at the lower end. We've been close to the total number, but we need to do a much better job in low income and very low income. And that's where density comes into play. I also noticed he said is solar capable. I hope he means solar is actually being installed. His drawing showed solar. That would be a welcome addition. And as someone who's advocated strongly for REACH codes, I very much appreciate the fact that this is an all-electric building. That's a fantastic way to go for new construction, and it's what all of us will see in the long-term future. So all-electric, solar, and increased density, I think this is a good project, and I'd like to see more of that in the future. I very much support this project, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay, the next speaker we have is Catherine Collins. Catherine, are you there? Catherine? Okay, I'll go to the next speaker. I have Michelle Kwok. Hi, Michelle, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I've been a resident here in San Mateo for 25 years. It's been very hard to stay here with the rent and everything's very expensive. But our family and friends are all here. It's very difficult to leave as well. I'm a single mother of two, and we just really need more affordable housing, more below market rates. To be available for a family like us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll try Catherine Collins one more time. Catherine? Are you there, Catherine? Okay, I'll go to the last caller. It's Jill McHale. Jill, are you there?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Great. Yep.
Hi, my name is Jill McHale, and I don't belong to an organization or a lobbying group. I actually just live right here at the bottom of where this development is being proposed. So we bought in this neighborhood more than 15 years ago. It was for the peace and quiet of the neighborhood. So I have several concerns, and I want to raise them up. So here they are. I want to second the concern that was brought up by another caller about that gate remaining closed. I want to second the concern as well about our streets becoming overflow parking for 1,000 more people who can either exit one of two ways. They can either go up the street or down the street through our quiet neighborhood. I also believe that 4-story buildings are too high for this neighborhood, and they will additionally create more parking issues and more traffic issues, which we already have. I heard something on here about how there's no traffic impact up by Piazza, but we already know, anybody who actually lives here knows that there already are traffic issues. And then I also wanted to mention that sound travels in our quiet little neighborhood, so I'm really concerned about the roof decks. So those are 4 issues, and I have a question. I'd like to know how they're each being addressed, so let me just repeat what they were. The first one was about the gate remaining closed. I'd like to know from the developer, because I know this is not a venue to actually have questions answered. I'd like to hear back from them about how they can guarantee that that gate will remain closed. I'd like to know what they're going to do to address the subject of overflow parking on the other side of the gate, our quiet neighborhood. I would like to know, yes? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I thought I heard some sound. I also am concerned about the 4-story buildings, so I'd like to know if that can be readdressed. I think that 4 stories is too high. And so how do we go about proposing that they not be 4 stories high? And then I'd also like to know about those roof decks. And how many are there? How many roof decks are there? Because already we can hear noise all the way up from College of San Mateo. So that's alarming as well. That's my question. 4 things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jill. Mary, have we gone through our list?
One more. I'm going to try Catherine Collins one more time.
Okay.
Catherine, if you're on a phone, you hit *6 to speak. Why don't you try that?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Okay. Technology. Thank you so much for trying me 3 times. 3rd time is a charm here. So I will make this very brief. I am the last speaker, obviously, I think. Look, I am a community member. I'm a local mom, and I'm a volunteer. And I just have to say I wholeheartedly support this development. I am a proud resident of San Mateo. I'm raising 3 children here, and I'm very involved in both my children's schools as well as a handful of local not-for-profit organizations as a volunteer. I see firsthand the challenge it is for my children's teachers and the not-for-profit workers that I work side by side with to find high-quality, permanent housing here in San Mateo. And I want to put the emphasis on permanent because these are homes. These are homes that people can purchase and live in longer term and become members of our community. And it is at a price point that is scant here in San Mateo and on the peninsula. And I've watched, our school lose teachers because, people can't find affordable places to live. I've watched great organizations lose directors that could have done just great work for the people that really need it most here in our community. And so this project not only hits that affordable component and the permanent component, but there's a plethora of other amazing benefits to our community, trails and eco-friendliness, and the list goes on. And so anyways, I am just calling in to say, please support this project. I would welcome the 1,000 new residents to, this community, and, please support the project. Thanks.
Thank you, Catherine. Any more hands, Mary?
No, I think that is it for the comments, Chair Mallory.
That's
We're good
great.
to go.
Thank you to everyone who called in. I wanted to ask, there were questions from several of the speakers. Would staff and the developer like to respond to those, or is that something that we should respond to offline?
No, thank you, Chair. Staff is able to respond to many of the questions. Some of the questions are sort of design or programmatic focus, so I can defer to the applicant if they're prepared for a response, but I'll let them know which questions those are. So there is a question about the footprint or the size of the buildings that would be demolished compared to the proposed project. So the city measures floor area ratio, which measures every floor. So for data on the floor area for existing versus proposed, the existing square footage of the office sites to be demolished is 220,000 square feet, and the proposed floor area is just shy of 678,000 square feet. As mentioned previously, the project does exceed the floor area limits through a waiver, but it's a very small number that they're exceeding the floor area. I think it's 5.003. They're also within the max lot coverage of 65% and exceed the minimum required open space. The next two questions are kind of design focused, so I can defer to the applicant if they have any data on this, but there's a question about how large the community garden is and whether it's open to the public. The total size of the open space throughout the site is 6.5 acres. It's a mix of park space, trails, overlook areas. And yes, the open space would be publicly accessible despite being privately owned. And then the next question was whether there was any thought to trails below the area where the stream is. I can defer to the applicant as that's a design choice. There were 2 points raised about the EVA lane and concern that that decision may change. I do want to point out that the city has condition of approval number 57 in place, which does memorialize the fact that this project will not open up the EVA lane. The conditions of approval are a sort of agreement between the applicant and the city in that they're required to record the document so that it lives with the property. So it'll live beyond any staff, any planning commissioner, any applicant, developer, contractor that would touch the project. And if the city ever pursued opening the EVA lane, there would need to be extensive CEQA analysis, as well as council action and public notification that has not been prepared for this project. So under this project, EVA lane is remaining closed. There were points raised about the inadequacy of the on-site parking. I do want to point out that the city's parking ratios are being met, and that's something the developer is not required to do. So if they, given the affordability level, the state does allow reduced parking standards, but the applicant has opted to conform to the city's parking ratio. They're also not required to provide on-site guest parking under state law. However, they have opted to provide that. And the last point on that is the project will implement a TDM plan, a transportation demand management plan, to further reduce trips and to reduce reliance on the vehicle. And that TDM plan is supposed to be in place via condition of approval for the life of the project. There was a few more questions. One is a comment about the height of the buildings and 4 stories being too high. The city does not place a limit on the number of stories that a project can propose, but we do limit building height. And the building height limit here is 55 feet. The project is 43 feet, so well under that height limit. And then there was a point about noise on the roof decks. I do want to point out the initial study did look at noise, and it focused on a few factors. One is construction, which is obviously temporary, and then operational noise. In terms of construction noise, the developer is required to adhere to mitigation measures and those mitigation measures include locating staging away from sensitive uses, conforming to local construction hours and notification of any noise-inducing construction phases. Operationally, the project is estimated to reduce traffic, so that reduces operational noise. And operationally, you'll often find impact caused by mechanical equipment. There is a mitigation measure that requires the developer to propose mechanical equipment that's under a certain dBA in conformance with the city's noise ordinance. So that will be verified in building permit stage. On the number of roof decks, the applicant may be more prepared to provide that exact number, but I do want to point out there has been a reduction in the number of roof decks given that concern based on the initial plans that the Planning Commission saw at the study session. So some questions for the applicant. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. There was a question about wanting to confirm the affordability level of the BMR units. The applicant is committing to a 10% affordability level at the lower income category. They provided a density bonus letter that's been included as an attachment to the staff report. That is in line with the city's Inclusionary Act requirements. And the developer is required to record an agreement with the city to memorialize the BMR units, the number and affordability level. I think that's all I had. I'll defer to Preston O'Connell with Harvest. He may kick it to his design team, but I think there's some questions he may be able to respond to.
Thank you.
Hi, Preston here. So I think Rendell, thank you so much for answering most of those questions. I think there was a question around the community garden area. I think we'll have about 39 community garden plots that can be adopted. I think the thought was when we did a meaningful reduction in the elevated private rooftop deck area by about 40%. And just to answer that question, there's about 176 of them now. There used to be 291. That we thought it'd be important to provide community gardens for the folks that lost a rooftop deck, and that could be some area for them to use. And so while the HOA will administer how the community gardens are worked or managed, I think the thought was that the residents would probably have the first opportunity at those, and that if there's some left over, that's something that could be discussed. But that will be largely figured out in the HOA formation. I think Rendell, I think you covered all of the other questions, which you make my life easy. Unless I missed something, I'm happy to cover any other topics.
Unless I missed it, there was a question about whether solar was actually operable or if it was just planned for it.
Yeah, and I think we'll be meeting the San Mateo REACH code on that. So we will be plumbing all of the buildings to be solar compatible for up to, so all the conduit, all the pre-wiring will be in the building, and it will be programmed to allow up to about 3 kilowatts per building, which meets all the REACH codes. So I don't know if we'll be providing an actual solar array system. That might vary by the individual homeowner, but the buildings will be all electric.
So the individual homeowner can decide whether they want to put a panel on their roof.
Right, but all of the other infrastructure will be there to accommodate it.
Thank you.
Chairperson, this is Gabrielle Whelan, Assistant City Attorney. I think I also heard a question about whether the affordable units were low-income housing. And I believe the answer is yes, they're low income, but I thought we should confirm that on the record.
That's right.
Yes, they are.
Okay. So let's circle back then to the commissioners for questions on the presentations, if you have them.
Through the chair, I do have a few questions for staff and the applicant. If I may, Rendell, could we look at the factual data sheet, please?
Sure. Hopefully the commission is seeing this okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing it okay? Okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah. So, so I'm looking at the unit type count, and there's 2-bedroom and 4-bedroom, or 3-bedroom. Are there actually supposed to be 4 bedrooms out or called out there, or no?
So for the purposes of the data sheet, we just indicate studios 1s, 2s, and 3s or more. So there are 4-bedroom units incorporated into the project. I don't have the exact number. The applicant may have that ready. But this particular portion of the data sheet focuses on 3 or more bedrooms.
Okay, and there are no studios or 1-bedrooms?
Correct. Under this proposal, there are no studios or 1-bedrooms.
Okay. So for the applicant, how many of these are actually going to be, I see it's 3-bedroom plus. So how many will they be 4 bedrooms?
Hi, there'll be, I think it's approximately 102. I'm just verifying real time right now. Yeah, 102 4-bedroom units. And I'm happy to answer your other question about studios if you want me to at this time or not, if there's a question there.
Well, maybe it ties into the residential density. So I think the residential for the R3 is from 18 to 34.84. And for the most part, you have scheduled the lowest density number that the city would allow. Is there some reason why the density wasn't increased with the amount of units?
Yes, so I think that the density is anywhere from 0 to 34, if I have that correctly. So I don't think there's a minimum of 18. Rendell, maybe you can help me there. I don't have the zoning code
that is correct.
completely memorized. Yeah, go ahead,
The
Rendell.
zoning code doesn't require a minimum density. It outlines a maximum density. So the maximum density is 34.84 units per acre. There's not a minimum density.
So we're in the middle of the density range, and what drove that, Commissioner, is really our goal of trying to find a harmonious balance between what works from an economic perspective. You know, we did buy this as an office project. It has a fairly high land basis because those buildings are actually worth quite a bit of money. And we also felt like the type of buyers that would want a studio or 1-bedroom naturally want to be located closer to downtown. We found in other projects around the region that those units have a harder time moving. And so really for a variety of reasons around feasibility, around desirability from the market, and the fact that same unit would be cannibalizing a unit for a larger unit that would be hard to locate elsewhere. We felt like it really fit in the context of the neighborhood. So for a variety of reasons, we really felt like this was the right unit mixture, and I'm not sure we could economically get it to pencil, to be completely honest. And then it also make the parking issue more challenging as well, as you kind of go up in unit density.
Okay, so how are you going, which of the 290 units will be affordable? How do you do that? Do you take a percentage of each size equally?
Yes, so it will be equally distributed between unit sizes.
Okay.
And just a little more on that, the applicant will work with our housing manager, city council to determine how many of the townhomes, single family homes will be affordable. They will be 10%, again, 10% of the base of the 290 units will be lower income, but that will be decided later on in terms of the location and the number of the unit types that would be affordable.
Okay, so are the parking numbers on this sheet, Rendell?
Yes.
Okay.
This section. Mm-hmm.
I see. Okay. All right. Can we go to the climate action plan checklist?
Sure.
Please.
Okay, so hopefully you're seeing the CAP checklists, okay?
Yeah, so I was surprised to see so much solar on the architectural drawings, and that led me to believe that the solar actually was going to be part of the initial build out. So for each unit, there's going to be 3 kilowatt of solar per unit. So that really isn't going to be in place. It's going to be solar ready.
It would be
Item
solar
number
ready.
4. Okay.
Yeah, solar ready, and that's in conformance with the plan. This is the 2015 plan, which is what the project is required to adhere to. So yes, that's correct.
No problem. That notation is somewhat misleading to me or ambiguous. So the EV charging stations in AF2, there will be 8 stalls for the public parking. Is that what it is?
That's exactly right. And then similar to the solar, all of the units will have pre-wiring that will allow for EV charging if folks want to add that to their unit and have EV cars.
Right. So the 290 stalls are at all of the private garages.
Yes, plus 8 within the guest parking area.
Right. So the 290 stalls, are any of them tandem? And if so, is there wiring for 2 vehicles?
So some of them are tandem. I couldn't tell you exactly what that ratio is off the cuff, but there will be. It really depends on, I think, the individual amp requirements of the unit, but I believe that there should be an accommodation to allow up to 2 if folks wanted to do that. It just depends on what the charging speed, I think, is what it comes down to. I own an EV car myself, and that's usually the dictating factor is how much load you can actually put on the building, and how fast it will charge.
Yeah, that can combine also with the amount of solar that you're able to install. I also have a EV electric car. So you're probably the 3rd or 4th developer who has agreed voluntarily to go all electric, which is great. Thank you for that. I don't think in the past we've ever asked the developers to have that part of their conditions of approval. Gabrielle or Rendell, is that something that should be done, or how is that handled?
I don't think historically, Gabrielle, you can probably speak to this, but I don't think historically we've memorialized that in the conditions. Do you have experience with that, Gabrielle?
Mm-hmm. Yes, if there are any requirements that the city wants to impose, they should be documented in the conditions of approval. I mean, also, if it's part of the project application, that's what's being approved tonight. And so if the EV chargers were included as part of the project application, that's what's getting approved. And anything other than that is not getting approved.
So my question though has been, have in the past, since we haven't made it part of the conditions of approval, what's to say that there couldn't be a change of mind and you could bring gas to the project? Would there be any way to, deny that during the planning stage?
You mean when building permits are being issued?
Yeah.
Yes, because the building permits are supposed to match the approved planning application. So, and planning staff can jump in at any time, but if what's being sought at the building permit stage doesn't match the planning approval, the building permits will not issue.
Yeah, they either not issue or we require that it go back to the commission if there's a change made between entitlement and permits that would cause public controversy or is contrary to a condition imposed by the planning commission. Staff could bring the project modification back to the planning commission.
Okay, I don't want to beat this to death, but I've always understood it. If it's not in part of the conditions of approval, then it isn't actually memorialized to the point where everyone's got access to that information. But if you guys are comfortable with it, then I fully trust you. Had one question and/or comment for the applicant at this point. And that is, there's been some concern by the public about noise, and you're doing a fantastic job sustainability-wise throughout the project. I would think that one of the biggest noise nuisances that we all experience on a daily basis here in San Mateo, and likewise could encounter as an effect of this project, would be the use of gas-powered leaf blowers, at least in the common areas of the project. There's only been one other project that I've been involved with as a commissioner where the building owner committed not to using any leaf blowers on his property because of the nuisance that it would cause within the neighborhood. I could see the noise generated from leaf blowers going down throughout that neighborhood, going down the valley, and really disturbing people on a daily basis. So I'm throwing that out there now, Preston, to give you a little bit of time to think if that would be something feasible to contract with a more sustainable gardening service, which would alleviate some of this angst which your neighbors may be exposed to after the project has been built. And those are my questions and comments for the minute or for the time.
Thanks, John. Would anyone like to volunteer to go next?
Through the chair, I can go next. So I have a question, Rendell. So in the document, when was the transportation impact analysis done?
The TIA was kicked off during the summer of this year, so it was during the pandemic. I should note that because of the irregular traffic volumes during the pandemic, the traffic volumes were to a degree estimated. Given historic data, the city went back and forth as to how to estimate traffic, but that was the best way to proceed.
And then that historical data, was that like an average of the last 3 years? Because in here you have office space, you have the size and the occupancy rate over the last 3-year period. So with the number of employees and the number of traffic counts that you have, is that allocated to that same time frame?
Yeah, so for VMT, we looked at the average occupancy of the office spaces based on the property owner's data. I think it was around 60% was the average, so that was a safe bet. Even with that conservative approach, it still resulted in a reduction for VMT.
Okay. And then why in here where it says the assumption of the square footage, we're still using 2012 office workplace data from GSA on your little footnotes here. So
this is the traffic analysis?
Yes.
Have to have you point me to the page.
So it's on page 251 on the documents. So it's page 16 on the traffic impact analysis. So you have said that the applicant gave you a rate of 60% occupancy rate, but in here in this document, it has a rate of 73.3% occupancy rate.
I misspoke. So 60%, I think, Preston, maybe you can chime in. I think 60% was the lower occupancy rate for when there's less tenants in the building.
Yeah, I think what we did was we took an average over the last 3 or 4 years. And so the occupancy has gyrated from 60 to as high as 80%. And so I think to be balanced about it, they took an average approach.
Yeah, so that average is 73%. You're correct, Commissioner.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. And you're assuming that because these are multi-units that we're having just, the assumption is one person per bedroom, correct? That's what you get your 906 residents.
Correct. One person per bedroom.
And then just to clarify, I think you stated that the changing on the unit types and the unit sizes, it was more for financial reasons on trying to, number one, not go up to the highest density capacity, but it was more towards trying to find a balance of what would be financially feasible for yourself, correct?
There was really a lot of factors that went into that. So I think it's fitting contextually within the neighborhood. For project feasibility, the calibration of unit types and sizes that are there allow the project to be feasible. As I mentioned before, a fairly high basis because of the office basis. So we do need to make sure this is a project that actually gets built at the end of the day. And so the unit mixture that we provide reflects all of that, all of those variables, plus probably many others that that went into factoring that decision. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does,
Okay.
because I know I was one of the proponents in the earlier stages to have different types of unit types beyond the 3 bedrooms, but I do like that you added the 2 and 4 bedrooms to it. My other question, I think, I'm not sure if this was answered before. There was a caller or an individual who spoke on the number of rooftops that you would have on the different types of units. Do you have an exact number?
176.
176? Okay. Those are all my questions for now, Chair.
Thank you. Mike or Margaret?
Hi.
Mike?
Yes, thank you, Ellen, through the chair. There was a mention, and I apologize if this was mentioned in the study session because I wasn't at the study session, but one of the callers, and this question could be for either Rendell or the applicant, mentioned something about a creek. And I'm just wondering if is there a creek on that property, and do you have something that shows where it is? Because I, for the life of me, can't find it.
Yeah, I think I'm guessing a little bit, but I think there's a ravine between in between our property and maybe where the commenter is located. And I actually think that's off our property boundary. There is not a creek on our property boundary. And so that would be on land that we don't own. I'm not exactly sure who owns it, and it probably goes across multiple owners. So I'm not sure there's much we can do if that's.
Rendell, could you show where that? Sure, I understand. Rendell, could you show where that is, or do you have an image or something that you could show exactly where it is? I'm just trying to picture where it is, because it does seem, because I do know that this property has quite a few different elevations, and so I'm just wondering if that's a potential problem. It sounds like it's an existing problem with the existing occupants, commercial occupancy. Do you have something that kind of shows where that would be?
I'm going to share the state's GIS mapping, and it's not abundantly clear to me where.
So if can I help out here? Is that okay?
Please.
Sure.
Yeah. So you can see right where your cursor is. I actually believe that there was a stream there that was filled in the 1960s. There's a culvert that goes across most of the area that you see on the screen right now. And actually that culvert doesn't open up until really to about 2 inches to the right of your cursor, or at least where it was. And so, so I think, I'm guessing a little bit, that's the ravine that's being discussed. That is, I'm not sure who owns that property, but our property boundary is much further up the hill and away from that. And I don't think any of those things are coming from our property, given that it's not really accessible. And we professionally manage our property to make sure that it's kept very, very tidy. And we would police that pretty aggressively if we saw that happening.
Would any of the units be overlooking that ravine there, looking down on it?
Yeah, there again, our property line doesn't go quite that far. That's another property owner, but I think they look over it.
Okay. I just bring it up because it was a question from one of the callers.
Absolutely.
I wasn't even aware that there was something there to begin with. With regard to so I understand that there was, and I agree with, there was considerable neighborhood feedback to push back to keep the emergency vehicle access lane limited to emergency vehicles, and I see that that's in the conditions of approval. Item 57, but I also noted in the conditions of approval that there was, it takes a while to scroll because I get an error message on the PDF when I go by the huge maps. The condition of approval says the existing EVA lane shall remain an EVA lane. The existing EVA lane shall be widened to 20 feet and equipped with a 14-foot drive aisle, a single 1-foot rolled curb, and a single 5-foot sidewalk. So I just want to clarify from that. So I would infer from that then that it is intended to be open to pedestrian traffic through that lane?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's open currently, and the spirit behind that comment was when we got shoulder to shoulder with the fire department, they wanted us to make certain upgrades to allow better access for first responders, and so all of those modifications are based on that comment.
Yeah, the widening is not meant for motorists; it's meant for.
That's right. It's entirely for pedestrian.
Yeah,
and will be blocked
for pedestrian. What about for bike? Because I've noticed you have some beautiful designs and plans around the bike lanes and the sidewalks in the property. In my view, and I think you mentioned this in your comments, this unique property location is kind of a bridge between multiple different areas. There's there's the Beresford neighborhood and the parks down there. Below, you have the Laurelwood, you have the Western Hills, you have that, and you're a nice 1 mile, maybe 1.5 mile walk to the farmer's market that a nice publicly accessible and well-designed lane could offer, could be an opportunity for people who live in Beresford to walk along there and go visit to me, it seems like a nice way to bridge the neighborhoods in a manner that doesn't create traffic or parking issues or problems, which I know, is certainly a concern that I would understand.
Yeah, the new 2020.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the new 2020 master guidelines for the bike master design guidelines actually dictate the connectivity of bike and I think also pedestrian access through that point, which is how it's being designed. Does that answer your question? So the idea is to promote pedestrian and bike connection through there, but not to allow vehicles to go through there other than first responders.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would just be we can get to it with final comments, but it would just be a question I would pose to the other commissioners is that, do you like the language in that condition of approval 57? Not with an eye towards, keeping it EVA purposes. That's very crystal clear, but around, is that lane doing everything it can to maximize convenience for pedestrian and bike traffic that people may want to use to visit the gardens or to go to the farmer's market or things like that. So that's why I bring that up. And that's why I was asking those clarifying questions. So further on that, this again, I'm not sure if this would be a question for you, Rendell, or for the applicant, but so with regard to the beautiful sidewalk improvements on the property and the bike lanes that are within it, do those improvements stop when does it go along Campus Drive, or does it stop when it gets to Alameda, or is there any sort of improvement or anything? Accessibility improvements being made to Alameda with regard to pedestrian or bike? traffic.
The improvements, I'd have to look at the plans, but the improvements stop shy of Alameda. They go adjacent to Laurel Shopping Center, but Alameda, that's...
Yeah, it would. The improvements go along our entire frontage, actually on both sides. So we obviously control the frontage on one side, but we'll be putting them in on both sides, along our entire frontage, as well as all the way beyond from Live Oak all the way out to Hillsdale. So it'll be from the connection point of the EVA all the way up past our project site, all the way to the shopping center to Hillsdale. So
to Hillsdale, yeah. And I apologize. I said Alameda. I meant West Hillsdale.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes all the way. So we're going well beyond our project site. Is one of our big kind of improvements that we're providing.
Can you show, Rendell? Could you show where so I can just visualize?
It might take me a sec, but I'll pull it up.
Commissioners.
Sure, I'll pull it up.
Okay. Just because, Mike, I just want to understand it because of my experience, West Hillsdale is not very hospitable to pedestrian or bicycle traffic. And so I just wanted to see that transition with regard to that.
Okay, I should have it in a second. Okay, so hopefully the commission's seeing this. So this boulder line is showing the improvement. So again, where the roundabout is along campus down to Laurelwood Shopping Center, and even beyond the page a little bit, down to West Hillsdale. Does that show it?
But no improvements being made on West Hillsdale.
No, just Campus Drive all the way to Hillsdale, but not on West Hillsdale.
Because that would just, again, with an eye towards, when this project goes online and, and I agree with the applicant, you're going to have families there. It's a great opportunity, great location to walk to certain areas. But West Hillsdale is not conducive to walking in that area, especially on the other side of 92. Is not conducive to walking or biking, in my experience. Not that I bicycle a lot, but so I just want to raise that concern. And going back to, and that was my only questions, but just going back, can I see the footprint of the development and how it relates to the ravine? Because it looks like I can see now that ravine where there was the concern about garbage piling up.
Give me a moment. It loads a little slow when I'm sharing.
No problem.
This gets kind of close, being about this area down here. I can keep scrolling.
It's off. The ravine is off the. But it looks like the south. Yeah, but it looks like the south side would have properties that adjoin that ravine. That
adjoin the property that contains a ravine. Yeah. This is the south side. Yeah. So the creek is about in this area of the page.
Okay. My only other question for the applicant was just with regard, and again, I apologize if this was discussed in the study session that I wasn't a part of, but was there any effort to reduce the number of trees to be removed? Is 327 trees to be removed is sort of a jarring number to read in the materials? What was the consideration around that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and something we spent a lot of time thinking about. In fact, the majority of the trees that are being removed are non-native, don't meet the heritage definition. A lot of them are actually eucalyptus trees that make up the vast majority of that count. So I think only maybe less than 20 or 25% of them are actually trees that you'd probably care about, or are not in poor form or condition where they wouldn't probably survive anyway. And we just really couldn't move around them and make the site plan work. And so we tried to save them anywhere we could. In fact, we moved a lot of things at a pretty big expense to try and save some really beautiful trees. And our team worked really hard on that because we like to preserve as much mature landscaping as we can. But unfortunately, That's a handful. While it's a big number, it's a big site. So we're only talking about 3 or 4 trees per acre, which is really actually not that many, but because it's a almost 16-acre site, that's probably also something to think about.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
So Margaret, do you have your questions now?
Yeah, I do. And actually, I just thought of additional one on that issue of the trees, a couple of questions. So while you were describing the trees, I was thinking, it's possible, I'm assuming that maybe a lot of the trees that are being removed were planted. I mean, I guess now those office buildings are not, they're old buildings now, but still those trees were planted as like commercial landscape trees. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a pretty inconsistent palette that was planted out there. A lot of them were windbreaks that probably even predate the office development. A lot of that is eucalyptus trees. We've had a lot of falling issues. In fact, earlier this year, we had to remove a lot of the eucalyptus as a safety issue. So that makes up a pretty healthy count of the trees. And then, yeah, a lot of the trees were, I think, brought in the 60s as part of the office development.
Okay, so they're not necessarily, like a grove of oak trees or something. I mean, it sounds like a lot of trees, but I think I'm imagining, I mean, it's just kind of from my visit there, there is a selection of them that are probably kind of standard commercial landscaping trees. So
that's right.
And the other thing that brought to mind is I didn't really notice, it's probably in the information, but what size will the new ones be? So with the trees that are being planted as somewhat as replacement and somewhat, as part of the landscaping plan, what sizes typically are they going to be?
Yeah, what I'll probably do on that question is defer to our JET team, who's our landscape architect, and they can bring you through some of that. I know
it's
we are
bringing in
documents. Yeah, it is. It's back in the landscaping sheets, but they can quickly touch on that. I think we will be providing 670 new trees, which actually is a pretty big number when you think about it. It's way more than what we're removing. And then in addition to that, I think we're going to give the city almost $800,000 over and above that for tree values. So we've worked really hard to mitigate any potential issues there. But I can't speak to, my guess is there's a huge range kind of depending on where on the site. So it might be a more complex question to answer, but JET team, Jesse, would you mind quickly touching on that?
I actually just found it as I was scrolling here.
Sure.
So
Yeah, that's great.
See, I actually do see there's some big, 48-inch box trees, 36-inch box. So that's kind of what I was looking at. So
great. Yeah,
it's all there.
A whole range of sizes as you've noted. So
yeah. And I mean, there are some smaller ones, but most of them are pretty big. So, okay. So that seems great. A couple of some of my other questions were, just kind of go back to earlier in the presentation. So I did, was it a change or was it in the original plans to retain some of the office space? I don't recall that.
That was always, we have 6 parcels and we were always planning to retain the 2 that were the newest office buildings that we felt like really met the market.
Okay. I guess I was focused on kind of the north parcel and the south parcel and didn't realize that. Let's see. Some of these are my comments from, okay. So another question I had that came up in your presentation was that one of the requested waivers was for grading limitations. And I was wondering if you can explain what that means, what that is.
So the city has development standards that prohibit significant grading and development in areas of the site that's 25% or more in slope. And so that is applicable to the project. It is a development standard. However, the state allows a waiver from development standards that would preclude the density of this project and the affordability provided by the project. The only way the commission could deny that waiver is if there's health or life safety impacts posed by that, but the city has a condition of approval requiring, extensive study of soil reports and geotech studies to confirm that.
Okay. I think a number of these have been answered already, like solar, trees. I guess the only other question would be, again, it may be in the information, but for the TDM plan, you mentioned that there'll be a TDM coordinator along with other amenities like the bike repair stations and such. What does the TDM coordinator do? And how does that enforced, I guess?
You want me to jump in?
Go ahead.
Okay. We're actually working with TDM specialists who is a practitioner, longtime practitioner of implementing TDMs. And so we've been working hand in hand with them and Sue Ellen within the city, and they would likely be our coordinator, which means that they push out on a frequent basis all the latest information as relates to good commuting practices, resources for getting bikes, resources for car sharing, resources for public transit, access to subsidies for getting free transit passes. The idea is to keep promoting as frequently as possible using mass transit. And so that's really what their function is to do. And so we would have them as part of the HOA association, and that would be an ongoing job that they would have.
Okay, interesting, thank you. I think that's my only other question. I mean, I have a few other things, but I think they're mostly comments. Well, one item, I think it would probably be interesting to, it's kind of a question. It would be interesting to compare the existing paved or covered, and again, it's probably in the documents, but I think the existing paved or hardscaping or footprint of buildings on the sites versus the new proposed numbers. And I don't know if that's in the documents or not, but
I might be able to get that information while on the phone. I don't have the precise number off the cuff. What I do know is there's a whole lot of asphalt and concrete that's out there today.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think we might be close to doubling the amount of kind of permeable area, if you will, an open space area from, don't quote me exactly on that number, but it's a profound change.
Yeah, I mean, just visually looking at the drawings without looking at any numbers, it seems like that would be the case. So,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, which is great. A lot of impervious surface out there right now. So great. That's all the questions and comments, I mean, for clarifications that I needed at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, Rendell, I wanted to ask about, well, Preston, you answered part of it. So the condition of approval for number 29, number 30, and number 31, which relates to the heritage trees. Then with the planting of 670 new trees and an $800,000 in lieu fee, is that at the maximum? Or is there any formula for calculating that?
So as part of a site development plan application, the developer, to offset the impact of removing the trees, is required to replace those trees on site or pay in lieu fees or a combination of the two. Oftentimes developers do a combination of the two because it's often not feasible or really desired by the city to provide all of the trees on site. If the developer contributes to the in lieu fee fund, then that funding goes elsewhere throughout the city. That is a net benefit still. With regard to the sort of size of trees and then number of trees that the city would approve, the a next step would be that the city would review the tree protection plan and various forms to determine what's called an LU value, LU standing for landscape unit value. And that value basically says, here's the tree species, here's the size, here's the location, here's the health. And so the higher the LU value, the more the developer would be required to replace. And as mentioned previously, the project provides a variety of tree box sizes. So the larger the tree, larger the box size, the more LU value it proposes. So it's a ratio, it's a combination of providing the LU value on site or paying for it. So I think the developer probably falls within the middle of that range of planting and paying. But that is a common thing to do, to provide a combination of the two.
And are the street trees included in the 670 number?
Yes.
That data?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
They are, okay. So I have a list of all of the heritage tree species in front of me, and I don't see any eucalyptus in here. These were coast live oak, coast redwood, some native species. So I don't think all of those trees were brought in by the landscapers and planted. I think they were probably already there. So you're saying there were a lot of eucalyptus on the property that you've had to take out? I guess I don't understand why I don't have any on this list.
Yeah, I think, and just to clarify, I think any trees that are over 16 inches are considered heritage under the San Mateo definition. And so that counts towards the, I think, 328 trees that are being removed. I think the trees that you're probably thinking about, like buckeye, oak, redwood, cedar, I think there's about 144 of those.
Yeah, it says 145, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, so roughly that. And then I think of that 145, roughly about half of them are in poor form, are in poor condition, where they wouldn't likely survive in perpetuity. And so my comment earlier was, of the ones that would have a likelihood of success, I think that number is around 70. And when you back into that from the sheer size of the site of being almost 16 acres, we're talking about a handful of trees per acre. That was my comment earlier, just to clarify.
Okay. I think this is a very positive development, but it's very, very hard to watch. It's the largest destruction of heritage trees I've seen while I've been on the commission. So that's very hard to see, as Mike had said, to see that number is really big. But I also understand that there wouldn't be structures if we left the trees there, because they happen to be in the exact same place. So this is my ode to the trees that are giving it up for this housing development. My other question was, and maybe you already answered this and I missed it, but will the open space and the parks be available to the general public?
Yes, the short answer is they will. We'll have some obviously HOA regulations and things like that to govern it and make sure it would run the way people would want it to run. But yeah, it's going to be open to the public.
Super. I had a question about shuttles that run from the development to various points of other transportation. So could you give me just a summary of how that's going to work?
Yeah, so the existing shuttle system, and I don't know if Sue Ellen's still on, she's a wealth of knowledge and could probably help me here, but I believe the existing shuttle system, and we worked with John Ford at commute.org, there's 2 stops within the existing office campus that would remain and be benefited by the amount of residents that would actually come in here and help protect some of that funding. Then it runs down Hillsdale and goes to, actually, I think we might even have a map that might be helpful for you if we brought it up. Would that be good? To kind of show you where the stops are along the way, and eventually terminates at the Caltrain station.
And you said it serves 2 Caltrain stations. So is that
No. Two stops within our project site, it goes to one Caltrain station.
Got it. Okay. And then how often does that shuttle run for your tenants right now?
Yeah, they base it on demand and capacity at certain times. So I think it runs more frequently. And again, I don't have the exact frequency off the cuff. Maybe Sue Ellen does. I think it runs every half hour in the morning during kind of that peak time. And then during the middle of the day, I think it's maybe every hour or so. And then as the evening approaches, then I think it's more frequent again.
So residents will be able to use that shuttle to get to and from the train station.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And will it go anywhere else besides the train station?
I think it has like 12, I really don't want to misquote this, but I think it's got, absolutely. It stops like 4 or 5 times at different, like a retail center and some other locations along the way. It doesn't just go straight there, but yeah.
Yeah. I wondered if it went to the mall
good question.
To a grocery store or something.
Chair Mallory, if I could step in. It's a commuter shuttle operated by commute.org, as Preston mentioned. It's funded in part by the city and funded in part through a grant program. And we can send you the current schedule. The schedules are modified based on Caltrain schedules. Right now, the shuttle is serving the stops and going to the Belmont station during the Hillsdale station closure. But when the new Hillsdale station opens up, the schedule will be modified to access that new station. But we can send you the current schedule if that gives you a indication of what the frequency is.
I was just curious. There was a question that was sent in to us about the shuttle and it being accessible to the new residents. So I just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah, we've confirmed with commute.org that it will be.
That's great. Okay, those are all my questions because all my other questions got answered. And why don't we open it up to commissioners' comments on the project, and then we will go to a vote. Who would like to start with comments? Or if you don't have any comments, that's fine too.
I could start if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay. Well, thank you for the presentations and all of the information and this very well thought out project. There's obviously, a huge team behind it on the applicant side of all kinds of consultants that I can only imagine. So I appreciate all of the time and energy and hard work that's been put into it. I think it's a great project. It looks like it would be a great place to live. I think the units look nice. I especially appreciate that the applicants really thoughtfully took into account the comments from our previous meeting and really worked to address them all. A couple things in particular. In fact, it's interesting. I just attended, recently, a week or so ago, a webinar about housing and presentation about different components of things. And it was interesting because one of the things they said is that the most requested waiver for concessions, I guess, is open space. And so, I feel like I've been a proponent of that through these months of the pandemic that, like early in the pandemic, it occurred to me this is important that, housing has some place to get out of your house. I mean, hopefully we won't go through another pandemic once we get through this one. But, people need a place to get outside that they can kind of call their own. So I really appreciate that. That has been increased and, is a big proponent or big component of this project. It especially makes sense, I think, for this kind of hillside location, kind of blends with the other kind of nearby Laurelwood and Sugarloaf areas that, it has a nice buffer of open space to the, kind of other green areas around it. So to me, that was really important. I think you also did a nice job of addressing the acoustical issues. Hopefully, you know, I think that the reduction in the the size of the rooftop decks should help address some of those acoustical concerns. The traffic study was hard to absorb all the information that was in the traffic study, but you know, very kind of encouraging that it should, you know, that it seems like going in the positive direction. I don't really, let me go through my notes here and make sure I'm not missing anything. Those were really kind of my major comments that I wanted to make. Oh, I guess I could also say that, you know, it clearly, it obviously meets all the codes and ordinances for setbacks or at least the allowances for what they're requesting. So it all really seems to kind of make sense, the way things were put together and the way the things that were requested for reasons that made sense. I also think that the conditions of approval, as I went through those, they seem like very strong and complete. And I think that the concerns about the emergency vehicle access lane to the Beresford neighborhood, I feel like confident that the conditions of approval address that pretty strongly. And the fact that, you know, it would have to go to city council in the future, I feel confident that that's been addressed and that that's going to be maintained as emergency only access. So I definitely felt like that the conditions of approval look really strong to me. Oh, and I also meant to comment on, you know, I appreciate Larry Cannon's Cannon Design's review of the project. That looks like they, you know, kind of did the same thing as, you know, they sort of looked at all the items that were brought up previously and how they've been addressed, and they've been addressed in a complete and you know, strong and complete fashion. So I can wholeheartedly say that I think the project's a great project, and I don't really take issue with anything on the project at this time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
John, you're unmuted. Why don't you go next?
Through the chair. I have a couple of things that I would have liked to have seen differently on this project. There is if all of the incentives had been used, we could have ended up with 645 units on this property instead of the 290. I understand why the count is considerably lower than what was feasible. Yet I think as a city and as commissioners, we need to keep in mind that this is the type of project that we will be seeing more and more of. San Mateo is built out. We are going to have infill projects, and the more creative and adaptable that developers in the city are in putting the highest density that they feel is appropriate in all areas of the city will become more and more important, specifically since Measure Y has passed, limiting some of our resources for height and density. And with the passage of the RENA numbers that were going to be very high, using our most precious resource to its highest advantage will be one of the ways that the city is going to be able to alleviate some of their housing crisis. I'm a little sad that we don't have a local labor agreement in place on this one. I've heard arguments from both sides, the owner's point of view and labor's point of view, and it saddens me that common ground wasn't going to be able to be met. Preston, you say that you guys are a community type of developer and sustainable. And as you and I spoke, I firmly believe that local labor force is a huge component of not only the community, but also it's a highly sustainable type of labor force, which I would hope that there would be some way to alleviate that discord between you and them. I'm so happy to hear every time that we are removing heritage trees and the commissioners all want to bring that up. It's been a concern of mine forever. It really is a trade-off. It's hard to see so many trees removed. And what I'd asked in the past, and I don't think it will ever be part of a greenhouse gas emissions inventory, but the removal of large trees have a double effect on the greenhouse gas emissions because the trees were sequestering carbon, and once you kill them, they release the carbon. So it is not a light matter to be removing trees. There is long-term effect, and unfortunately, development can't perform without removal of some. I like this project a lot. I really appreciate all the work, Preston, you and your consultants have done. The architecture is nice. The parks are great. I was sold on the solar, the readiness. I thought there's actually going to be panels there, but still getting it ready. The bike paths. And this is the first time I'd seen data on VMT reduction or VMT equations, and to see 4,800 miles removed on a daily basis is a huge plus. And the community gardens are very nice also. I only have one question for my fellow commissioners and Preston, and I'd like to know if there is any support for requesting that electric leaf blower or gas leaf blowers would not be used on the property. And I honestly feel that it would be beneficial for the adjoining neighborhoods, especially the people down the canyon, so they are not hearing 65, 75 decibel machines running pretty much any time of the day in that large facility. I feel passionate that it's something that could benefit this development and leave a lasting mark as a nod to the neighborhoods. Other than that, those were my comments and my one simple request.
Thank you. Romero, would you like to go next?
Yes, I'll go next. First of all, I want to commend the applicant for listening to the community, listening to the neighbors, and also taking wholeheartedly the conversation that we had at the planning session. Majority of what we had discussed or had issues that we had brought up, you've come back with a plan that I believe is great for the city of San Mateo. I think I was one of the proponents of more open spaces, more parks, more recreational outdoor activities for the older kids and things like that. And you've managed to do that and double and almost triple the size of the open parks and the open spaces in some areas. I also like the unit type varieties that you're able to offer. I feel that maybe we could have maximized density and added more units, either smaller units, studios, one bedrooms, but I do like the variety that you've implemented here. I do see, I believe in the study session, I like the overall design. I think I had no complaints on the architecture that was being used and on the color scheme. I guess I'm still not sold on those architectural designs, but I believe it'll fit well within the community. I do echo some of the other concerns of traffic, that we are reducing the number of vehicle miles traveled, but we're also having about 1,000 new individuals in that small little area with one way in and one way out. As we've seen everyone being home during this time this year, I think that in the future, when we get some normality, that we are going to have a lot more individuals traveling down that street. That will cause congestion, and I've seen the congestion on Hillsdale coming off of Campus Drive. So I do hope that the TMD has some plan in place for any future traffic concerns that might arise with this construction. But overall, I do feel, I do like the idea that we are adding more housing. We are adding first-time housing as well. And we also are putting 10%, which is, I believe, about 30 units as affordable housing. So those are great additions to the city. And there's nothing that I see that I cannot vote against it. So overall, very great project.
Thank you. Mike?
Hi, thank you through the chair. Thank you for the presentation, Rendell, Mr. O'Connor. I think a previous caller made a statement that this project will have a lasting legacy, and I agree with that. As Romero mentioned, I think you've done a terrific job in listening and adapting to community feedback you've received on this project. I think it is beautifully designed, and it's well thought out, and I think it is going to be a real jewel in that unique corner of the city. Noting that the density choices we talked about, it does lessen the volume, the count of units. I actually do appreciate that mix of size here that's tilting towards the 3 and 4 bedrooms, because I do think this is a fantastic location for families to live. And, you know, when you look at the drawings and the little parks and open space, I just think it's a really good choice actually to have 3 and 4 bedrooms to be a preponderance of units there. Even though it lessens the actual number of units that we're putting in. It makes a lot of sense to me. And I also appreciate that this is a project that is proposing a rezone and reduce the commercial space by 50% in favor of these new units of housing. So I think that's a nice contrast. As one of our commentators, Adam Lorraine, mentioned, you know, it's a nice contrast to a recent study session we had on Bay Meadows' final stage modification for the last stage of that project, where they want to delete a significant number of housing units in favor of adding a significant amount of commercial space, which seems surprising to me. But going back to this project, I do appreciate the contemporary architecture and design. I was not present for the study sessions. This is my first chance to really look at it, and I think it's very well designed and beautiful. Especially, like I mentioned before, the sidewalks and the bike lanes and the open space all comes together really nicely. The couple of concerns I have, I'm disappointed that we don't have a union labor agreement. I think that's an important component of our projects. And as I mentioned in my questions, my bigger concern is what can we do to extend the walkability and bikeability aspects that are within this project to the larger neighborhoods surrounding it, whether it's the emergency vehicle lane, excuse me. Sorry, I had to mute there for you. Or for the for West Hillsdale, because I do think the location creates a lot of walkable opportunities or bikeable opportunities. You know, there's a lot of great family locations and open spaces within a mile and a half of the space. But, you know, some of the areas are not very hospitable. So when we do look, you know, so as I mentioned in my questions, you know, I've reviewed the findings and the conditions of approval. So I do want to have a discussion with my fellow commissioners about the idea of adding language to the conditions of approval number 57 to conform that pedestrian and bike lane that are planned to be put in there, but to conform the design and layout of that with how it is being presented and designed intra-property. And also, I want us to think about, just because again, this was brought up this morning.
Mike, we've lost you. We don't have any verbal.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. I'm on my second set of headphones during this call, so I apologize. Where did I cut off? What was I meandering?
You were talking about the conditions of approval for the bike lanes.
Yeah, so I just want to, I'd like to have a discussion about adding the conditions of approval 57 is very clear. There's no vehicular traffic allowed on it, and I agree and support with that. But I would just like to see something around it, because again, this is our chance to set the conditions for this project, which is going to be out there for decades. What can we do to maximize the pedestrian and bike accessibility of that lane? And also with regard to the issue that was brought up this evening by one of the callers, around the issue around that ravine, which is immediately adjoining the property, as Randall was showing us. Is there an opportunity to add something in the conditions of approval around the maintenance and upkeep to keep trash from piling up in that area? I think that's something that we might want to talk about. And if I'm the only one that thinks those are important, then that's fine. So those are my thoughts and feedback on the project. And I'm sorry for the technical problems.
Thank you. Okay, why don't I just give my quick comments, and then let's discuss what fellow commissioners were interested in talking a little bit more about. I'll start off with the tree issue. I was very pleased to hear that 670 new trees will be planted in that development. I think that's great. And it will just grow over time and just make the property that much more attractive and pretty for those people who live there. When we discussed things with everyone during the study session back in October, I know the commission was very, very concerned about the allocation of bedrooms across the development. And I know several commissioners have mentioned that. We wanted to see studios, we wanted to see one bedrooms, but I was pleased with Preston's presentation on that tonight, because it talked about the reality of who wants to live away from a downtown or away from more of a hub. It's people with, it's bigger families, people with children. So I think the 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms are a really great addition to the community. And I rather like the density of this project being up on the hill like that. I don't think I would want to see too much in that space. It's nice to kind of have green space in between and have it blend into the hillside. I think they've done a very excellent job of that. I think those were all my comments, other than what I heard everybody else say, which I was in agreement with. So let's talk about leaf blowers. Let's talk about the conditions of approval on the bike lanes and the ravine trash issue. So, John, do you want to make some comments again about the blowers?
Well, I'll throw it back on Preston. Preston, do you have any interest in supporting more holistic gardening on the property? And would that be something that you could control on your end?
So the short answer is that we would love to do that. We think it makes a lot of sense. The challenge I have that I can't answer right now is I don't know how many vendors have that type of equipment, or we wouldn't want to find the HOA in a situation where they're only allowed to use a group that only has certain machinery, and then they can't go find those vendors in the region. I just don't know how available those are. I just don't have the knowledge. What I can say, we would be more than happy to make a best efforts commitment to do that. I just don't want to promise something that we can't deliver on. If I could say one more thing that I think you'll be happy about, I had one of my consultants correct me, and that our townhome product will actually have solar installed. So I think that was a nice addition that I didn't correctly articulate earlier. So
good to know.
So the 4-story product and the townhomes will, and I think the only ones that will be solar ready will actually only be the single family detached, which is a fairly limited portion. So we think hopefully it's a step in the right direction, and makes you more excited about the project. And then on the all electric statement, it's memorialized in sheet 1.1 that's stated in the project plans. And so I think we'll be following through with that commitment, which I heard earlier was something that was important to you. So I just want to make sure that was clarified, because we knew that that was something that was important for you.
Good to know.
Through the chair, I did want to add.
Thank you, Rendell.
Sorry, through the chair. I did want to add quickly on the leaf blower issue that we have in the city municipal code section 10.80 that disallows leaf blowers in areas adjacent to res districts such as Peninsula Heights between certain hours to minimize disruption. And we do have code enforcement staff that monitors and actively does investigations and handles those complaints if that becomes an issue.
I wanted to ask you, John, I am not up to speed, obviously, on what the city is doing right now as far as leaf blowers go, because I don't want to saddle Preston with something that isn't going to be enforced in other part of the city.
So they're doing exactly what Rendell said. There are conditions or timetables that leaf blowers can be used at. Yet I don't want to spend too much time this evening on this discussion. There are alternative products. You can get battery-powered leaf blowers. You get battery-powered devices to do all of your outdoor pruning and so on and so forth. I know there are companies that specialize in more environmentally sound products rather than leaf blowers. So if Preston, if you don't feel comfortable committing to that, I'd understand that. I do not have the information available to give to you this evening, but I really think it would be a great thing, not only for the people who live on your property, but the surrounding, to maintain that 15 acres of property, which is going to be very intense, on a more holistic pattern or way to do it. That's all.
Commissioner, we pride ourselves on kind of leading the front on sustainability, and hopefully that's exemplified in some of the things that are in the project. And so we'll do everything we can to meet that request. We're listening, and we take that very seriously.
I appreciate that. So Ellen, we can just leave it at that, Ellen. I'm totally fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mike, would you like to talk about the bike lanes?
Yeah. So again, this is just with an eye towards, long-term thinking. Is now the time to think? Is the way that the conditions of approval is worded, is that maximizing the usability for pedestrians and bicycles who may want to use that lane to access, the public parks that are on the property? Or, if people want to go to the, one of the Beresford Park or playground or something. How does the wording in that conditions of approval of what they will be required to do, relate to what is being done in the rest of the property?
Through the chair, I can pull up the condition and help us be on the same page. And Commissioner Etheridge, it's condition of approval 57, correct?
That's right.
What up? Okay, so hopefully the commission sees this. So this is condition 57. It is a fire SMC Fire Department focus condition that speaks to improvements to the EVA lane. Doesn't really speak to sort of design of the lane to encourage or promote pedestrian activity. But should the commission have any desire to change this, I can drive.
So my question would be, it says a single 1 foot rolled curb, a single 5 foot sidewalk. How does that relate to what's in the property for pedestrian and bike access?
But we're not going to be isn't this supposed to strictly be for the fire truck?
Is it okay if I make a comment? Just to share perspective from our meeting, we probably had 8 or 10 discussions with the fire marshal on this. And so I just want to make sure that perspective is making in here. I share Commissioner Etheridge's enthusiasm to try and make this the best kind of public realm experience it can be to promote good vehicular and pedestrian access. The one thing that we spent a bunch of time on is making sure it meets all of the criteria for first responders and for fire access. And so I want to be a little bit careful because one is I'm not entirely sure if that's on our property, number one. And number two is I think it was designed in such a way that it meets the requirements for fire. And I think that's the primary driver. And I'm not sure if we go and modify that with some of the improvements you're asking for, if it would be in major conflict with the design considerations for first responders. And so I just want to be a little bit measured about that because I don't want to create a larger issue that we can't solve because then we can't get the fire truck through and meet all their considerations. So I know there was a ton of time spent on this and just wanted to share that perspective.
Chair Mallory and planning commissioners, if I could also just piggyback on what Preston had just said. As you know, first and foremost, the EVA serves to provide the fire department quick access. However, in other developments, I have seen a flexible use of that EVA. So there are examples of EVAs functioning as dog runs or dog parks, walking paths, as long as the truck route and the driving surface is not compromised or obstructed. So we can certainly work with the fire department, Preston and his team, and should the project move forward, report out to you at a future date if this condition was reworked.
Mike, are you good with that?
I am, yeah. Again, my interest here is it's not to do anything to minimize the importance of the fire truck access. What it is this is a unique road that bridges two neighborhoods, both of which have very nice public open spaces, and so I just want us to be thinking about that.
And did you want to discuss the ravine?
Yeah, so the ravine issue, again, this is the first I've heard of it tonight.
We've lost you again, Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I turned off the Wi-Fi. So my concern there is, I feel like somebody should be accountable for some sort of routine, upkeep of debris or trash that's in that ravine.
But if it's not on property owned by Harvest Properties, I don't feel we should ask them to monitor that
Who does own it?
area.
Well, who is upkeeping it? That's my question.
Through the chair, it
Who
does appear
should?
to be,
Who does and who should?
it does appear to be, through the chair, privately owned property. And the Muni Code in Chapter 7.32 prevents trash from being dumped onto other lots unless it's been designated as a dumping ground. And we do have code enforcement staff that handles violations and complaints. And so if we can follow up with that code enforcement staff to ensure that
Okay.
it's maintained, as opposed to imposing it on the developer, especially if we don't know that the violating
That makes sense.
are residents
Yeah.
of the
Okay.
project.
Yep, that makes sense. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I have no other comments or
Okay.
questions.
So, Rendell, would you be able to put up our wording of what we're voting on tonight?
Sure.
Okay. And are there any other comments or questions? And if not, then let's go ahead and I'll ask for a motion.
Would you like me to make the recommendation, Chair?
That'd be great, John.
Okay. Adopt a resolution to approve the special use permit site plan and architectural review, site development planning application, vesting tentative map for property located at 2655, 2755, 2800, and 2988 Campus Drive for 290 multifamily residential units, and adopt a mitigated negative declaration to assess the environmental impacts of the project based on the findings for approval and subject to the conditions of approval.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Mary, may we have a voice vote, please?
Yes. Chair Mallory?
Yes.
Vice Chair Maldonado?
Yes.
Commissioner Ebnetter?
Yes.
Commissioner Etheridge?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. And the motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Preston and Harvest Properties.
Thank you so much for your consideration. We really appreciate it. This has been a wonderful process with the city staff and everyone. So we really look forward to seeing it go to the next stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the public hearing is closed on that topic. I'm going to ask if we can take a 5-minute break between this and our next agenda item. And I have 9:52 right now, and we'll shoot for 9:57.
Before we take the break, I wanted to follow up on the request we had from a member of the public for a list of all of the participants. We're trying to make this process match as closely as we can what it would be like to be at a public meeting in person. And so what staff would like to propose is that we provide a list of city staff, presenters, and panelists, because typically we wouldn't keep a list of everybody that was in the audience for a planning commission meeting. And then the video of this meeting will be posted for viewing on the city's website.
Thanks, Gabrielle.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll shoot for 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
of faith that we have everybody here.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So item number 3 on our agenda is our study session for 44 East 3rd Avenue, Draper University pre-application PA 2018-054. And Wendy, why don't I turn it over to you?
Thank you. Can everyone hear me and see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Almost there. Okay. Good evening, Chair Mallory and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Wendy Lau, Associate Planner and Staff Planner for Agenda Item 3 this evening, which is a study session for the Draper University pre-application, PA number 2018-054. The project before us tonight is for the proposed change of use and proposed addition to an existing historic building for Draper University. The project site is located at 44 East 3rd Avenue in downtown San Mateo. As you can see on the map, the Draper University campus occupies 3 buildings and a parking lot. The specific project site where the building is located consists of 2 parcels totaling 16,805 square feet, or 0.38 acres. The building straddles the 2 parcels and is located in the Central Business District, or CBD zoning district. The site consists of a historic building which is currently serving Draper University. The building is 8 stories tall, includes a rooftop penthouse floor, and a basement. Currently, the building consists primarily of dormitory residences on the 2nd through the penthouse floors and allows a restaurant use on the ground floor. The project seeks to convert the upper 7th, 8th, and penthouse floors from dorms to offices. The remaining floors would maintain the same uses. The proposed project also includes adding a new staircase and elevator enclosure and associated structures towards the rear of the building. The proposed elevator would span from the basement and reach up to the penthouse floor, and the proposed staircase would span from the ground floor and reach up to the penthouse floor. Currently, a set of interior stairs is used to access the penthouse. The building also has an existing elevator which reaches the 8th floor, but it does not reach the penthouse, so the proposed project would improve accessibility. The addition would total approximately 429 square feet. To expand on the proposed project a bit more, the addition would consist primarily of stucco cladding with punch windows around the staircase, with predominantly glazing for the elevator enclosure and penthouse floor. The addition would match the height of the existing building, which is 103 feet and 4 inches in height, and is considered legal nonconforming. The proposed project also includes a new 730 square foot rooftop deck at the penthouse level. As mentioned, this building is considered a historic resource. The building was constructed in 1926 by a renowned architect and operated as the Benjamin Franklin Hotel for 77 years. The building then became vacant from 2003 through 2011 and has since been used by Draper University. According to the historic report, the building serves as a distinct and intact example of Spanish colonial revival architecture. The Benjamin Franklin building was surveyed as part of the city's Historic Resources Survey in 1989 and has been identified as a contributor to the locally designated San Mateo Downtown Historic District. The building is also eligible for listing in the California Register of Historical Resources, as well as the National Register of Historic Places. The building also qualifies as a historic resource for purposes of the California Environmental Quality Act. On the screen is some information about the project's floor area, height, number of dwelling units, and square footage of office space. The addition would match the height of the existing structure. The historic building is taller and somewhat larger than what today's code allows, and is considered legal nonconforming, so is permitted. Staff did want to note that at the same time, separate from this project, staff is working to amend our code to allow necessary life safety improvements even for legal nonconforming buildings. In addition, because this is a historic building, the proposed changes would also be required to conform to the Secretary of Interior standards. This would help to ensure that the changes conform to the historic preservation best practices by national principles for projects such as additions. Prior to the study session, the applicant held the required neighborhood meeting earlier last month. Approximately 27 community members attended. Some comments included concerns about preserving the building's historic features, as well as the trash bins being visible from the pedestrian walkway. Other comments include expressing support for the project's change of use and proposed addition. Staff also received several written correspondence from 4 different individuals, which have been provided to the commissioners. This evening, staff is requesting the commission's input on 3 elements of the project. First is regarding the project's proposed change in use. Second is on the project's site design and beautification expectations. And last is the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, which includes the building material and decorative elements. The first item staff wanted input on is regarding the change of use from residential dormitories to offices on the 7th, 8th, and penthouse floors. In 2013, the city approved a planning application to allow Draper University to use the building. A condition of approval stated that should the use ever change, additional approvals shall be required. Because the applicant is proposing to convert the 3 floors from dorms to offices, this constitutes a change of use and triggers the Plan Commission's review of the application. The second item staff wanted input on is regarding site design and beautification. The addition of the elevator and staircase enclosure would be accessible from Benjamin Franklin Court, which is a publicly accessible alleyway between 3rd and 4th Avenue. The new entryway would be visible from the pedestrian walkway and might be informally used as a second main entrance to the building, particularly for the employees. There have been community concerns regarding the required beautification of this walkway. For example, the storage of the trash bins outside has frequently been visible to pedestrians, which might appear as unsightly clutter. In addition, there have been concerns regarding the quality of the live plants on the living plant wall. These items were important aspects to the previous planning application approval in 2013 and were included as conditions of approval. The proposed project requires evaluation if the new design would further intensify issues with these beautification requirements. The third item staff wanted input on is regarding the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. The city's historic consultant conducted an evaluation of the proposed project and determined that some modifications are necessary in order to find the project to be in conformance with the standards. The architect did make some design changes, but not all. The historian expressed concern that the 9-story glazing on the proposed elevator enclosure does not appear to be well suited for the building's Spanish colonial revival style. Instead, the historian recommended to continue the stucco cladding and window treatment for the staircase enclosure, which is indicated with the green arrow, and extend that to the elevator and penthouse floor as well, which is indicated with the red arrow. This modification would lessen the contemporary feel and better bring the project into conformance with the Secretary of Interior standards. Another detail the historian recommended is to add a string course decorative element between the 7th and 8th stories that is similar to but simpler than the one on the existing structure. The addition currently consists of a combination of stucco and glazing, and the string course on the existing building is currently not continued to the addition. The historian recommended making this change to better bring the project into conformance with the standards. To summarize, tonight staff is seeking the Planning Commission's input on the change of use, the beautification of the site, and the Secretary of Interior standards regarding the building materials and decorative elements. Staff also wanted to reiterate that since this is a study session, no decision will be made tonight. I also want to quickly explain the next steps for this project. After tonight's meeting, the applicant may revise the plans based upon the Plan Commission, staff, and public comment feedback. Afterwards, the applicant would submit a formal application. During the formal application stage, the historian will conduct a review again to ensure that the final design would be in conformance with the Secretary of Interior standards. And finally, when the project is ready, the project will be brought to the Plan Commission for a public hearing for decision. And this concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions the Commission may have. The city's historic consultant, Matthew Davis from Architectural Resources Group, is also here with us this evening. He is available to give a brief overview of the historic review process as well as answer any questions until 11 p.m., I believe. And the applicant is also present this evening and will be providing a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Why don't we have the applicant give their presentation now while we're on a presentation roll?
Okay, can I get video working here?
Share your screen, I guess.
Whoever the host is, can you give me video? Okay, great. Terrific. Well, I'm Tim Draper, and I started Draper University. First, oh God, thank you. You guys work hard in the City Planning Commission. My gosh, good work, and wow, you hang in there for a long time. And thanks to all of you who are interested to stay up so late. Well, we're pleased to be in San Mateo. We've really enjoyed it. We set up Draper University for entrepreneurs to encourage them, to grow them, to make them bold and daring, and to get them to build great businesses that will employ many people and build wealth for the region and the area, and make all our lives better as consumers. And that's what we've been doing. And COVID kind of shut us down. And so everything's a little bit empty there at Draper University in Hero City. But for a while there, we really did have quite a great thing going. We've had about 1,200 students, and they've started about 400 companies. They've come from 85 different countries. This has really been a great thing, and I think a great thing for San Mateo. I think we've brought a lot of life to the place, and a lot of excitement, and so we're very pleased that that's worked out. Well, now we're going into a very uncertain time with COVID, and we don't know exactly what this building optimally should be, but our thinking is that we would like it to be flexible, and we've been planning this since well before COVID, and we wanted to put together a plan that would attract more venture capitalists, so that these entrepreneurs, these students, would have more of a avenue out into the world than just going through me as a venture capitalist. So we're thinking that having those top 3 floors available for commercial use can really help encourage these young entrepreneurs and get them to feel like there are a lot of interesting options for them. The venture capital business is going through a lot of changes, and we feel that it would be great if the city would allow us to make these changes and allow a little more flexibility in the building. We also can make it a lot more beautiful. You know, the top floor of that building is really kind of falling apart. And true, that alleyway, we haven't done a good job of keeping it clean. So we'll have to make sure that we do that. But we really do need this flexibility. And I think it's also, I mean, we're thinking that this elevator will be glass, and you can go up and see, they have a big glass elevator taking you to the top. And once a year, we're thinking, we've had a couple of great block parties around Draper University and Hero City, and kind of to celebrate the really interesting things the entrepreneurs do. And we would plan to do that about once a year and everybody get a chance to go up and see the great view. I mean, it's a view that's been completely wasted while we've been waiting on these changes. So we're really looking forward to it. And with that, I think I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Michael Castro, who is our architect, who will take you through all the details. And you can, and if anybody has any questions for me before I go, please let me know. Maybe now would be a good time. Can people raise their hands or whatever?
Well, I think what we'll do is go ahead and finish our presentation from your application, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Okay, great. Okay, Michael, why don't you go ahead and take it from here?
Good evening, Chair Mallory, commissioners, and the San Mateo community that's joining us today. I'm going to give a really brief overview. We're talking 44 East 3rd Street is a, I guess, iconic building in the heart of San Mateo. It's the tallest building in this block. It's one of the few high rises in this area. And it's seen from a good portion of East 3rd Avenue. And we realize that, and we realize also the historic value of this building and that it's been in San Mateo since 1926. So, these views are views of, the primary views of the building from East 3rd, as well as the Benjamin Franklin Court that wraps the building on 3 sides and is actually an exit easement for the building and its neighbors. And what we're trying to do with this building is to improve it and address, of course, Draper's programmatic needs, but also to improve it in fire life safety as well as improve it for accessibility. As you can see in the upper view F, you see a fire escape on what's the west side of the building. That
You're
fire
not sharing your
escapes-
screen.
I'm not sharing the screen?
No.
Oh, I apologize. Okay.
Great.
So what you're seeing on image F is the fire escape on the west side of the building. That is the second means of egress for this tower today. And what we're trying to do is add a second means of egress that would be equivalent to today's enclosed stairs for a high-rise building. So this stair would be fully compliant to today's standards. The other thing we're doing is providing a elevator that goes up and serves the 7th, the 8th, and the penthouse levels. That elevator is intended to be, again, to code to allow for accessibility, for gurney, for in case there's any kind of emergency, as well as to get things that can't possibly fit into the smaller elevators that are there today up to the penthouse level, where all the mechanical is located for the building. Okay, so this is just showing you the roof plan of what's existing today. And the main reason to show this is the tower itself is this rectangle in the bottom. And then the building steps down twice to a 2-story volume and a 1-story volume. What we're proposing is an addition on what we, after studying, we've been working with Draper on this for a little over 4 years now, just to try to see what's the best use for the upper floors of the building, what's the best way to address that, and as far as access, what's the best thing for the building for future to give it a little bit of versatility on what can happen in the building. And vertical circulation was the key thing. The element you're seeing on the upper left, which is actually the southeast corner of the building, is the addition we're proposing for the building. So on the ground floor, this is the existing ground floor. The Ben Franklin Court that you've seen some images of the trash cans in is this corridor here on the left, which is the east side of the building. The X is representing an existing sidewalk elevator that takes you down into the basement of the building, where trash rooms are located, as well as some service rooms for the building. So then what we're proposing is to utilize some of that area by encroaching a little bit into that area now to put the new elevator and fit the new elevator and stair in. So what you're looking at on the ground floor, the stair just serves the basement. The stair that comes up from the upper floor actually egresses on the second level roof. So at the third level, the new stair would egress onto the roof and then go on to the through exit stairs or exterior exit stairs down to your Ben Franklin court that wraps the building. And this is partially because that stair, if it continued down, would destroy the kitchen and the restaurant element that's on the first floor. That's a viable use on that floor and something that we want to maintain. So as we go up the building, the upper 7th and 8th floors, we're proposing to eliminate the dormitories and make that open office. And this is mainly to address right now the Draper office needs and potential venture capital offices that could go in there as prototypes for what can be beneficial to the students of Draper University. And the one thing I'm going to point out, and I mentioned it before when we're looking at the image, on the far right, the dark rectangle is the fire escape. The only stair that goes all the way up and down the building that's enclosed and within the building is stair 1, which is in the center. And then the new stair would be the second enclosed stair for the building, making a total of 3 exit stairs if we include the fire escape, which is a viable and legal means of egress, but again, not preferred in today's code. So the roof deck area, or the penthouse area, basically what we're doing is we have the addition extending all the way up to the penthouse. We're connecting that addition to the existing volume and massing and structure on the penthouse with an open arcade. And then the small existing addition that's there today to the main central volume, we're converting into a glass enclosed penthouse lobby. And that is where you come in from both stairs and the elevator. Then again, the area now that is enclosed and existing will become open office and private office, opening up onto a new roof deck on the west side of the building. Okay, so on the East 3rd Street elevation, we're doing very minimal. The only thing that we're proposing is on the upper detailed center openings. Right now, the 2 flanking panels to the central existing window are actually solid. And we're proposing to get more light and air into the upper penthouse by making this single pane glazing. Originally, we showed it as a double hung window, which was basically similar to the central existing window. But per the historic recommendations, we were keeping it very simplified and making it just single pane, a single fixed window. And that might be an operable window, but it'll still be with no horizontal panes in the middle. Other than that, there are no modifications to this elevation. What you see lightly screened in the background is the addition that we're proposing on the southeast corner of the building. As we turn the corner, this is where you see the new tower we're calling the elevator and the stair tower. What you're looking at is the solid that's where the elevator is going up. And this is going to be a glass elevator. The intent of a glass elevator is really to celebrate the view of San Mateo. And that's pretty much why you see the introduction of this glazed aluminum and glass window system that picks up from the horizontals of the existing building and existing windows. As we turn the corner, that again, it's more of a celebration of the view going up, and that's the reason why we have this all glass. And you're going up the elevator with a complete view as you go all the way up the building. And then you open up, even with the stair, on the penthouse level, everything opens up. So then what we've done on the tower is, for the remainder of the stair tower going down to the 3rd floor, is we put punched windows that again are compatible with the existing historic architecture, but differentiated intentionally. And the intent there is that we're going to carry the horizontals around. And we didn't put the string course, but again, we're doing something compatible, yet differentiated, is a horizontal datum that goes around. We have stucco. So what we're proposing here are reveals. This could also be 3-dimensional, but it's going to be a simplified version of the string course. It wouldn't be a detailed cornice or anything that would be equivalent to the horizontal of the existing historic building. Again, intentionally, and again, I think that's the intent of the Secretary of State. That's basically the intent of the historic code, to make something complemented yet look different and look, I guess, as a part of the addition, but complementary to the addition and respectful of the addition. So as we go around to the last elevation, this is the west elevation. Again, this is the existing fire escape that comes down. The fire escape terminates at the 2nd level, and then has a ship's ladder that takes you down to the Ben Franklin Court. And that's the existing egress. And behind, you'll see the tower that we're adding to the back of the building. And the only other thing that we're doing on this elevation is adding glazing that onto the wall that faces onto the new roof deck. And these are some 3-dimensional images. And what this actually showcases is the open arcade that takes you to a glass lobby for the office space on the penthouse. And this shows the actual stair and elevator tower that we're proposing on the southeast corner of the building. Again, you would egress from the lower door of this tower onto the 2 stairs that you see in the very bottom of your rendered view. And one other view, this is being more from the southwest corner. You can see the deck that's being added. The glazing to the right of the deck is new. The glazing to the north of the deck is actually existing. And that's pretty much it. And from the street, the tower is visible from down East 3rd. And what we did is we kept with the color scheme of the building. There is what I'll call a field color and an accent color. And we use the accent color for the color proposed for our a new stair and elevator tower. So that's, if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer it.
Okay, thank you. What would fellow commissioners like to do? Would you like to ask some questions at this point and get clear on all that, or would you like to hear from the public before we clarify?
Through the chair, I believe it was indicated that the individual from the Historic Resource Society is on.
Yes.
Should we allow him some time due to the fact that he has a drop dead at 11 o'clock?
That's a good idea. Matthew, do you have a presentation, or would you have some points that you'd like to cover with us?
It's kind of just a couple things that I think.
Great. Why don't you take it away?
Okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Matthew Davis. I'm a principal with Architectural Resources Group. And I went back and looked, and since 2000, we've done over 100 separate historic resource assessments for the city of San Mateo. And I'm participating tonight because I authored both the historic resource evaluation and the Secretary Standards analysis for 4040 East 3rd Avenue that were included in your packet. So we conducted our analysis based on the June 2019 project drawings, which are, an older iteration than what you just saw and what was included in the packet, and that's important to keep in mind. And, as noted, we found the project did not meet the Secretary's standards. So given that we were responding to comparatively preliminary drawings, we then structured our standards analysis around a series of recommendations that we felt would increase the project's conformance with the standards. And I see that some of those recommendations are already reflected in the more recent drawings. And, I'm available to answer any questions, and we don't necessarily have to treat the 11 p.m. as a drop dead. It was more of a, aspirational target, shall we say. But before I step off, Wendy recommended that I offer some general background.
I'll aspire to that.
Yeah, I wanted to offer just a 1 minute on sort of general background about how architectural historians go about evaluating the appropriateness of a proposed addition to a historic building. As you saw in the report, first and foremost, any analysis is rooted in an understanding of the historic building's character-defining features. What physical features make the building architecturally significant, building massing or architectural ornaments, any representative aspect of a building's, design, construction, or detail can be considered a character-defining feature. So once you understand those features, the question is really, how does the proposed addition affect those features? What effect does it have on those? And there's a chart that kind of goes through it feature by feature. And, specifically 2 of the 10 Secretary standards apply to additions or new construction, standards 9 and 10. The full text is in the report, but to summarize, as the prior presenter referenced, with respect to standard 9, there's this dance that's sort of asked for to, well, let me back up. In order to assess compliance with standard 9 or conformance to standard 9, we evaluate whether the massing, size, scale, and architectural features of the addition are, on the one hand, differentiated from the historic building, while at the same time being compatible with the historic building. And so it's a bit of a delicate dance there, but the idea is you want to avoid an addition that, on the one hand, so closely mimics the historic building that you're obscuring the extent of the historic building. But on the other hand, you want to avoid an addition that is so starkly differentiated and incompatible with the historic building that it compromises the design of that historic building. And then standard 10 is more about evaluating, okay, if this addition were removed in the future, would the essential form and integrity of the historic building be impaired? Is there substantial material loss that construction of the addition requires? So, and then the last thing I'll say, and then I'll stop, is just that, a big part of this analysis is a consideration of the location of the addition. In general, changes to secondary facades will receive less scrutiny or a lower level of scrutiny than changes to a primary facade, precisely because changes to secondary facades would generally have less impact on character-defining features. So that was certainly an important consideration as we were evaluating the proposed changes in this case, that clearly the addition had been situated to the rear of the building. It's a building that is prominent, so it's not as though the secondary facades are invisible, as would be the case for some, a lot of the 2-story commercial you have downtown. But that said, they are still definitely secondary elevations compared to the north. So I will stop there, but I can answer more detailed questions that arise about any aspect of either the HRE or the Secretary Standards analysis that were included in your packet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, why don't we let the public weigh in at this point, since it's 10:35. And Is everybody in agreement with that? Okay. And then Mary, do we have hands up for this?
Right now we do have one hand up.
Okay.
Keith Weber.
Okay.
Keith, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great.
All right. Well, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on this project. I would like to address two primary issues, impacts to the architectural integrity and the loss of housing. First, has been mentioned, the subject property is perhaps the most iconic historic building in San Mateo. And in reference to Matt's comment about facades, I would say that the original design perhaps was, when it was built to be seen by all directions, and that the rear facade is not necessarily a secondary facade, but really a secondary primary facade. So I would strongly urge the staff to work with the applicant, the applicant's architect, Architectural Resources Group, to utilize the State Historic Building Code and find an alternative solution, preferably on the interior of the building, that will preserve the building's character-defining ornamentation, which is primarily the Churrigueresque ornamentation on both the front and rear facades. And two, considering the current need for housing for all people at all income levels and all sizes of housing units, I think the Planning Commission should carefully consider that the requested change of use will result in the loss of 28 dormitory housing units in close proximity to transit. In conclusion, my view is that the project, as currently conceived, is not in the best interests of the city of San Mateo and should be respectfully declined. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Keith. Mary, do we have any other hands?
Yes, we have two other hands. Next is Maxine Turner. Maxine, are you there?
I'm here and unmuted. Good evening, commissioners. Oh my God. It's bringing back too many memories of late meetings. You guys work very hard. I'll keep my remarks very short because I did send you a detailed email, and I'd like to emphasize that my concern about the walkway at this point is not primarily the aesthetics of the walkway, but I can't tell you how disappointing it is that our public walkway has been treated as the trash alley for the restaurant. And I can assure you that I worked very hard to bring it to both the restaurant's attention. But the issue for you tonight, if the restaurant is going to continue as a use, where is their trash going to go if the new elevator is over the location where the trash is now taken? And if you've been to the site, you know that there's an elevation difference. It's not just like the trash could come out behind the new elevator. So it's a very serious architectural technical issue. And I know you guys focus on details and particularly for trash removal. So I urge you to pay really close attention to this. And one other thing I noted in the presentation by the architect, there is no mechanical service elevation shown for the new elevator. The elevator just is a flat roof on its top level. Now, maybe elevators have changed since I was on the commission, but would you please take a look and see where the rooftop mechanical for the elevator is going to be, and if in fact it's been shown on the plans. So I agree with Keith. This is our iconic building. Please do everything you can to protect it and keep our public alleyway an asset for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine.
And the last commenter is Diane Whitaker. Diane, are you there? Diane?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Mallory and Vice Chair Maldonado and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. So others have written or spoken tonight about their issues and concerns related to the trash storage and removal, the living wall and the public walkway, etc. I have two basic concerns. One has to do with the functionality of the proposed addition, and the second concern is with the aesthetics of the addition. With regard to the functionality, the drawings show that the location of the new stair, elevator, and elevator lobby at the ground floor is placed between the restaurant and the kitchen, leaving only slightly less than 6 foot clear passageway. And I, as an operator of a restaurant, I would find that a very awkward arrangement in having to run a functional restaurant. Also, the new elevator starts at the ground floor and only services the 7th, 8th, and the penthouse level with no intermittent stops. The elevator lobby is entered through the public walkway, and it also has a second entrance through the restaurant on the ground floor. And the new stair starts at the 3rd floor and goes up to the penthouse, causing the emergency exit using that stairwell, the new stairwell, to have to go exit outside at the 3rd level and go across the roof of the 2nd floor and out to the back. The Benjamin Franklin Hotel was constructed in 1926, and at that time and for a while thereafter, it was the tallest commercial building in San Mateo County. It was designed by architect William Weeks and is a fine example of the Spanish colonial revival style. As a consequence of its great height, the building was designed to be seen from all 4 sides. Hence, the distinctive ornamentation, or as the historians like to say, the character-defining features that appear on all 4 elevations of the building. Some 94 years later, all 4 sides are still visible from El Camino Real, from 4th Avenue, from 5th Avenue, from Central Park, and especially from 3rd Avenue as you approach the downtown from 101. The Benjamin Franklin Hotel is the iconic image of downtown San Mateo. And as was mentioned earlier, I'd like to once again remind you that in the current City of San Mateo's general plan, there's a chapter that's that talks about city's historic resources, and the Benjamin Franklin Motel is clearly called out as an individually eligible for listing on the National Register and/or as a contributor to the Downtown Historic District. And I would like to suggest that the proposed addition of the new stair and elevator tower be redesigned to be a little less modern and a little more complementary to the existing building. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Welcome back. Mary, is that the end of our list?
That is the end of the list. There's
Okay.
no more commenters.
Thank you. Okay, why don't we open it up to commissioner questions and or comments?
I could start.
Please,
I have
that'd
a
be
couple
great.
of questions to start with before comments. I wanted a little clarification from either is it Matthew Davis from ARG or the applicant or the architect. So with regards to historic buildings, if this building, so it's deemed as eligible for being listed on either the state or national registry, but it's not currently. So if it was listed, if someone had actually taken the next steps, which whatever that is, to get it listed on one of the registries, would this modern, glassy, I guess, version of the elevator shaft be allowed? Or I know that's a very strict, to be listed on one of the registries, then you're held to a very high standard of historical preservation. So maybe you could clarify that for me a little bit. Like, what would the implications of it? So right now it's being deemed as eligible for being listed, but it's not. What would be the difference in this project or this proposed project if it was listed?
Matthew, do you have an answer to that?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it would have to do in part, well, first of all, when the nomination would actually move forward. It'd be a little bit different if it were nominated in its current state and then the addition were added, as opposed to if the addition proceeds. I don't think that the building would be left in some sort of state after anything like the proposed addition. I don't think it would be deemed no longer eligible. I think that where it would get a little bit trickier is if, not that this, if Draper University wanted to pursue this as a tax credit project or something like that, where it's a nationally registered building, that's where it gets into a much more detailed discussion with the National Park Service about, how the character defining features of the building are being treated. But backing up a bit, the difference between formally deemed eligible and actually designated is essentially immaterial in terms of CEQA and in terms of the discussion of impacts and assessing impacts. It doesn't really make a difference. I think the differences come in when the building owner wants to pursue different incentives like tax credits or like the Mills Act or other things like that would only become available to them if the building were formally listed on the California or national registers.
So I guess to clarify your answer, if the project was already, or the building was already on one of the registries, and then this project was proposed in its current design, would this project be eligible? I mean, would it be
it would go through
allowable?
the same process. I mean, the National Register, it's an honorary system. It's not meant to forbid changes to buildings that, well, I don't know if it's meant to, but it doesn't in fact forbid changes to listed buildings. So I think that, the local land review process would still be the most pertinent. I think the point I was trying to make is that the easiest way to envision the proposed changes becoming an impediment is in a scenario where the applicant were seeking federal tax credits. That's where it's most likely to get complicated. But, I haven't heard anything along those lines.
Okay, I think I get that. I have one other question, and that is that if you, so if the applicant, are the circulation elements, the stairs and the elevator, part of egress and accessibility, of course, and are they a requirement? Are they required in order to be able to make this change in use?
The change of use by itself would be limited to, say, a number of occupants and everything with the existing exiting the way it is today. And so what the code typically does is allows you to use both exits as your two means of egress to deal with things such as exit separation, dead-end corridors, things like that, which are basically limiting your choices while you're on the floor. So it allows you to have those two choices and remain having those two choices. However, there's something called exit width, where you're limited to the width of your stairs and how many occupants you would have on the floor. And the only true stair that you could count for exit width for the upper levels for any floor with today's code would be the actual width of your stair number one, the central stair.
And so you couldn't add the second stair to that width?
No, you can. If
I mean, your current,
yeah, you cannot use the fire escape.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that it helps there. But the main thing that the new stair is doing is giving you that third option, really the second viable option, but the third option for egress that gives you a stair that meets today's standards.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have right now.
Okay, thank you. Mike, Ramiro, or John?
Yes, through the chair, I had a couple questions. For Wendy, for the first item that is up for discussion, so I noted that this project is right now, the property is zoned CBD. This proposed change in use wouldn't actually change the official zoning, or would it?
No, the zoning designation would remain the same as CBD. The addition of office use is an allowed use in the CBD zoning district.
Okay, so CBD does allow for that.
Yeah.
On the factual data sheet that you showed early on, I don't know if you could pull that up really quick.
Sorry. Oh yeah, let me share my screen.
Hopefully my headphones don't go out again. They seem to always go out right when I'm speaking.
Next week?
Can you help me understand the top one where the existing FAR is 364 and the maximum is 364, but the proposed is 392? Noted
Yes.
code amendment. I don't understand that.
Sure. So the building, the zoning code in the past allowed for taller, larger buildings on the site. However, since then, the code has changed and it's not as generous as it used to be. And now the maximum allowed now is a little bit smaller and lower in height. So the reason this data sheet says the maximum allowed FAR floor ratio is 3.64 is because that's what was permitted in the past as legal nonconforming. That's what it's permitted to be right now. But we acknowledge that that's, again, legal nonconforming because the current code today has a smaller maximum, which is just 3. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
So that means so this project would require an exception then? Is that what, because it's 392?
Right. So the addition would be larger than both what's existing and it's also larger than what our code currently allows. And I think I had mentioned briefly that separately from this project, the city is working to amend our zoning code to allow additions or necessary life safety improvements, such as staircase and elevator enclosures, to be allowed to be added to legal nonconforming buildings, even if it's over the floor ratio or height or something like that.
Okay. And then question for the architect, Mr. Castro. Did you explore making changes to the interior elevator, or is that not physically possible, or is it a cost issue, or can you help me understand considerations around the exterior elevator and stairs?
Well, what happens right now, the existing 3 elevators are very, very small. They're very small cabs that are, pretty much as old as the building. Those cabs are limited in, it wouldn't introduce accessibility to the building, for one thing. So the new cab, being the size it is, introduces accessibility and the ability to have a gurney-sized elevator that goes all the way up the building. The other thing is the penthouse is now, as you were mentioning before about the mechanics of the elevators, that's an old type of a hoist type of elevator. That does need an overhead room. And that overhead room right now is the penthouse. And I could share my screen to show you that roof plan really fast, and that might be a little bit clearer. Where it says elevator service, that's really the hoist to your elevators. The 3 elevators are located below that. So if you were to take an elevator up, you would be extending the rails and increasing the height of that penthouse to be able to do to make that type of elevator work. If I go to the floor below, you can see where the elevators are located, right against stair number 1. There, you have hoists that are located here.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me, before Ramiro or John, you jump in, let me ask what our procedure is as we approach 11 o'clock. Salish, how do we handle that? Do we have a stop time, or do we keep going as long as we need to?
The bylaws provide that no new items begin after 11 o'clock.
Okay.
But the commission is free to choose to continue the item at any time.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, Ramiro.
Through the chair. So I have a question. So you talked about the new elevator being more accessible. Is this elevator going to be stop on floors 2 through 6?
As it's designed right now, the elevator serves the basement. It serves level 7, 8, and penthouse.
So it's not going to be accessible to any of the other floors?
Correct. Now the actual dorm floors are not access to it. There's actually dorm rooms against that elevator. So we would have to lose a dorm room and get a corridor in, we would have to lose the corner dorm room to be able to get that corridor to extend out to the elevator.
Okay. And currently the capacity of the dorms set now are at 95 units. You're dropping them down to 66. So those additional dorms will be using the standard elevators that are there now.
Correct. The 3 existing elevators.
Which are not accessible, which don't have any accessibility.
Which do not have, they're not the size to today's accessibility minimum size criteria for a cab size.
Okay. Maybe the applicant knows, what's the current capacity or what's the current occupancy of your current dorm rooms, or what has been the highest occupancy of the current dorm rooms?
Oh, well, I mean, currently the whole place is empty.
But historically, when school was
when school's full, well, the most students we've had is about 100, and that was when we had people tripled up. I don't know. See, this is it's an interesting time. We're trying to figure out the best way to set this up. I'm hoping everything kind of goes back to normal because we actually had much better results when the students were tripled up than when they had singles. So if they've all got to be singles, our typical class is probably 50.
Okay.
We've had as many as 100.
Okay. So even if you had 50 and there were singles, you still have, because you're reducing from 95 to 66, you'll still have capacity to at least meet one class.
Yeah.
Okay. My only fear is that if we're looking to double up and then you have to have rooms for 100 people, that those individuals that don't have a room there are looking for housing in downtown in the city of San Mateo, where, as you know, our housing capacity is a lot lower than we would like it to be.
Yeah, we do like having the students all in one place. So I don't think we'd do that. We just wouldn't take them.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And then currently, at the present time, to access the penthouse, that's done by using the stairs, correct?
Yeah, you can use the stairs all the way up, or you can take the elevator up to the 8th floor and then climb that last stairwell.
Okay, I believe those are my questions, Helen.
Thank you. John?
Through the chair, could we go back to the original sheet that had the 3 items, the 3 highlights that we were going to discuss?
Sure, I can bring that up.
Please.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, thanks. So if the proposed change use is granted, which is only the modifications to the from residential to commercial, does that trigger life safety and exiting requirements that could not be met without the site design beautification and item number 3?
Michael, would you like to answer that question?
A change of use, a change of use would have to meet today's code for exiting. And what we have right now is, if we open up an office floor, that would affect your occupancy, what you'll be allowed on that floor, to the amount of people that will be allowed on the floor. As I mentioned before, you're going to be limited, if you didn't have the stair going up, to whatever the capacity of the only stair that's existing in the center of the building today. Your second means of egress, or the second interior stair, allows for that floor to exit with an occupant load that's more or less double what that one stair can handle right now.
Okay, but the square footage that is existing and the occupancy load for the modification, for the proposed modifications, you don't know if the existing exiting will work or not, or it won't.
You're going to have a little bit more of an occupant load with office than you will with residential, but we would have to take a look. I don't even know if the dormitories would exit to today's code with that one stair. So I would have to check, but I don't know the answer to that right now. But it's the actual the stair is going to allow that office floor to be more viable.
Yeah, so it's interesting, catch-22, because you're allowed to use the second exit. That's the one on the right? That's the fire escape.
Yeah.
But it doesn't count for any stair width or door width.
Exactly.
To be of any use to you.
That is to allow historic buildings and older buildings to maintain, being, I guess, occupied and being able to turn around for the next tenant to come in. Otherwise, you'd have all these situations where buildings wouldn't comply.
Yeah.
And you'd be able to keep the same use as you had prior.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So without item number 2 and 3, you don't get item number 1.
No, because item number 3 is there's other solutions. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't be answering. It's getting late. I'm breaking the rules.
Yeah, no, I think they're all somewhat related, but they're also independent in their own way.
Okay. I'd like to go to a question that Commissioner Etheridge had mentioned prior, and I didn't hear the complete answer. Why couldn't an elevator be installed within the existing building cavity, and excluding exterior windows or a glass elevator? If you're looking for functionality.
Michael, you want to handle that, or you want?
Yeah, the shaft size would have to be dramatically different than it is today. So you would have to. It's a lot. It's a lot of expense and money to do something that would sort of take away from the floor plate and affect every dorm room on that floor too, because everything is going to grow from it. So I mean, if I can't share my screen, but if you look at one of the floors in a typical dorm floor, you see where the elevators are.
Yeah.
Yeah. They back up to the stair.
Right. Now, and I'm going to take and this is for one elevator. So there would have to be some significant modifications to get that to work in that spot, and also some plan changes to get everything to still function in the building. And then you'd be down to one elevator serving the entire building.
How many dorms are in the building?
I think we were saying 64 dorms and 3 levels of office. And the other thing is, what's proposed today also gives you good separation from the office circulation and the residential circulation of the dormitories. Now you have 2 that service less rooms for your dormitory use, and you have 1 elevator that services the commercial or the office spaces.
Okay. Those are the only questions I had on the architectural side. Thank you.
I'm going to follow up on that question. Could you go back to that screen, please? Sorry. So when you put your square of the larger elevator into those 2 that are right there now.
Correct.
So there are dorm rooms on 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Is that correct?
There's dorm rooms from 2 through 6.
Okay, so that's 2, 3, 4.
That's
5. That's 5 floors of dorm rooms, right?
There's 2.
What was that, Margaret?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, the dorm rooms are different on the second floor. They're just
the dorm rooms are different layout on the second floor?
Well, there's not as many.
Okay, so when you were saying it was a huge configuration issue because you lose dorm rooms, so you'd lose this. Let's just say, for sake of argument, that you were going to look to the right at that dorm room that's to the right of the elevator lobby, and you are going to use that space to create another elevator, or, you're going to use that space for the elevator, whether it goes all the way over there or not. But then you'd lose 5 dorm rooms if that was what you're going to do, right? Being
and
not
on the first,
not an architect very well.
and on the first floor, you'd be in the middle of the lobby, kind of.
If you were to have it start, oh, I see. Okay, all right. I just wanted to understand that. I was not thinking that it had to go all the way down, but it does.
Yeah. Let me.
But you access the outside one. Did I hear someone say from the basement? The addition?
You can see on this plan, here's the ground floor plan. You can have access to this elevator through the restaurant, as well as through the Ben Franklin Court that gets you into.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Court. So what I was saying is that this elevator actually goes down to the basement and serves the basement as well.
Okay. And is that where the trash is right now?
Correct.
So where's that going to go? And how is Recology going to access that?
Is it all right if I add?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Martin Kent. I'm the facilities director for Draper University. Currently, we bring out the garbage cans for Recology. The restaurant did as well. The garbage area is still down in the basement, and we service them through the 2 interior elevators that are already existing inside. The restaurant as well has the freight elevator where the new elevator is going to be located through the alley. Their elevator or their garbage room at that time was right below.
It kept the garbage inside?
I'm sorry?
They kept the garbage inside.
No, that was part of the logistics problems with the restaurant, and hence why one of the concerns with the public was that they were keeping the garbage cans outside. They used the service elevator. It was staffing. It was just logistics that even after we told them to, you have to bring them downstairs because they have a designated garbage room. It was their choice when they were not bringing them in.
Okay.
And the garbage room still exists. The elevator does not compromise their area at all, and they can still be brought up through the other elevators as well as the new one.
Okay. Okay. I'm following that one. Hold on one second here. Give me a second. I am losing power, and I have the battery up here.
Good to see other people having technical issues besides me.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to lose my my power. Okay. All right. So let me thank you for that.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Through the chair? So I don't want to pretend to be an architect. And I think it was mentioned that Michael, you've been working on this project for 4 years. So I'm sure there's nothing you haven't thought of, but we've been on it now for 72 hours. So if I look at these drawings and starting from the lobby, looking at the elevator entrance, so that's stair, they call it stair 5 down. Okay. So going to the second floor and the third floor and 4 through 6, what is the cavity? Or maybe it won't work. What is the cavity on top of the elevators, above the elevators? Is that a storage room?
Probably looks like a storage room, yeah. Yeah, there's a stair going down, right?
Yeah, but there was a storage
going
room
up
right above it. And then there's a pair of windows or doors that says up on the third floor. Is that an active doorway going to a roof deck or something? You there, Michael?
Maybe I can help. Are you talking about from the 8th floor to the 9th floor?
No, I'm talking about from 2 through 6. The same configuration appears behind or above the elevator and the exterior wall. So why couldn't you put an elevator shaft there and run it straight up the building?
So John, you're talking about right now I'm looking at the screen and I see where the 2 elevators are. You're talking about that room that is above it in terms of on the view, it's above the 2 elevators.
So just turn the elevators, turn the elevators in the opposite direction and plant them on that back wall. You don't lose any space. I just don't know if it's feasible, but you don't lose anything, and you still get your full access all the way up the building.
Well, the first floor.
First floor, you
have a stairway.
Yeah,
well, you have a
stairwell.
You have a stair in the way.
Well, I don't know if that's where that wall aligns. So that is probably right there. Yeah. That's probably that same wall that goes all the way up. So all you do is turn the elevators the opposite direction and you leave that wall where it is and you fill the lobby. I'm just struggling with an exterior elevator on this drawing, and we're not going to determine it tonight, but I'm struggling with that exterior elevator.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like you said, they've spent years looking at how to do this.
Yeah.
And probably a feasibility, of the different options. And we haven't yet talked about what we all think about the exterior addition.
Correct.
And I'm wondering if we should talk about that.
Okay.
Should we take the items, because there's 1, 2, and 3 items for discussion, and one is the change in use.
The change in use, which is the difference between the office space and the dorms.
That's right.
Well, but if I may, isn't it kind of related to the other 2?
I differ. I beg to differ on that. I think that if we allow the change in use to office space, then yes, 2 and 3 are related. They need to find solutions to how to address the egress exiting from those floors. And to make it a viable, feasible project, they have to have stairs and elevators that will allow them a reasonable level of occupants based on the California Building Code. So if they, so that's sort of step 2. So then, I think we could still sort of discuss or decide on whether or not the change in use is something that we think is allowable. And then the solution to how they get the stair in, I mean, John was finding a solution. I'm looking at my other screen, was finding a possible solution within the building. We haven't talked about the item 2, which is the site design and beautification of this addition, this idea of adding on to the back of the building. So,
Of a historic building.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think item 2 is impossible. There's 2 avenues. One is the one that they've proposing to us. The other is that, maybe there's another solution. And then 3, I think the next part of that equation is that if we said that we allow the addition to the back of the side of the back of the building, then the question and the discussion is, what does it look like? Does it meet the Secretary of the Interior requirements for, the glazing versus the punched openings and all of that? So I feel like one has to kind of follow the other. Like, first, do we even allow the change in use? If we say no, I mean, I guess you're right, they're all related. So if we say no to that, then it doesn't matter whether or not they, then they probably don't want to put in another elevator.
Yeah, I guess I hear what you're saying, Margaret. I understand what you're saying. I guess I look at it differently, because I do feel like the three are combined. This building is a hotel. It was built as a hotel. It was designed as a hotel. The usage that was approved in 2013 was as a quasi hotel, right? A residence dorm. Mm-hmm. And so these changes that are being given to us for consideration and discussion, items 2 and 3, to me, absolutely inform item number 1, whether that is an approved change. Because when it was approved in 2013, it was concretely approved as a hotel, in quotes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, and
so I do see them as related.
And for me, it's a historic building in my mind. Do I mind what it's used for on the inside? I don't. But if it's going to affect the exterior of the building, then I have a problem with that. So I think each of us has a different focus on the 3 items, how we would feel about this project, which is interesting. So.
Well, and I think I agree with you in that I could get past, I could more easily decide on item number 1. And then I think really the focus of the discussion is item 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
In my mind, those are the items that are more pertinent to me.
Because for me, I can see both sides. Part of me says, do we really need more office space in downtown San Mateo? Well, yes and no. And part of me thinks that as an owner of a building, you should get to do what you want to with it within reason. So I have mixed emotions on that.
Well,
but I feel very strongly about the exterior.
I also wanted to just comment on something Mr. Castro, the architect, said that I'm not, maybe it's obvious to everybody, but that if you have office space on the upper floors, there is some common sense that you had, if it was done appropriately, that you'd have a separate elevator and a separate entrance for people going to those floors only. And then everybody else that was part of the university would go into the building and use the elevators within the building to get to their dorms. So, those 2 separate circulation systems, there's some logic behind how that's planned. Mm-hmm. But again, then it gets back to kind of, I think, the details of it. So I don't know. I'm not quite sure how we proceed, but there's a lot to consider here for such an interesting little project.
I'm gonna toss something out and scream and yell. I don't know that 11:23 p.m. is a good time for us to go farther on this and consider things that do warrant a serious discussion. So how does everybody feel about it? Do you want to keep going? Do you want to put it down for another meeting? I hate to drag the applicant back again, but I feel like there would be a lot more logical discussion if it wasn't late. So
is that something, through the chair, is that something that we can do even though we're halfway in the conversation of this item?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it would mean coming back at another point.
When is what's the agenda look like in the future?
Salish, could you come on?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So our next meeting, the scheduled meeting would be in January. We're looking at January 12th is when we could reconvene and discuss this item.
Is there an item on the 12th already scheduled?
I believe we will have an item.
Is it 477 East Hillsdale Boulevard?
No, they're not. I don't believe it is. It's not. We're going to be a little bit more diligent and mindful about scheduling two lengthy items on one evening.
Okay.
If we do, we'll try and start a little bit earlier, just so it gives the Planning Commission a little bit more time to deliberate.
Because I don't want to shortchange this. I think this is a really important project.
Understood. We could, if it pleases the Planning Commission, we could also look at special meeting dates and see if we can make that happen as well.
So I've been in this situation through the chair a few times. And I think, Gabrielle, we need to have a straw vote or something to determine if we want to continue on or not. Is that true?
Yes, a majority of the commission can vote to continue the item to the next scheduled planning commission meeting.
To the next, and could it be a special meeting or does it have to be a regular?
Yes, it could. The only caveat with a special meeting is it would need to be renoticed.
And how long do we need for that?
Probably end up in January anyway.
I just wondered how long it took to do a special notice.
I think notice is only 2 or 3 days.
Well, so it would be a 10-day notice, and with the holidays coming up, we might need a little bit more of a lead time with the newspapers. But if you give me till tomorrow, I can get you some definitive dates.
Okay. So, Gabrielle, we need to do a vote as to whether we continue the discussion now or we table it for the next meeting?
Yes.
And do we need to have a motion for that in a second, or do we just call it out?
I recommend a motion in a second.
Okay. Is there anyone that would like to make that motion?
Can I ask one other question?
Yeah.
Does anybody feel like they could like they have their thoughts put together and could put their comments out there concisely at this time? Like I feel like I could, but I don't know if other people do or not.
3 of you on the top row.
One other option I may throw out, Chair Mallory, is if you decide to provide guidance tonight, what we could also offer is in January, hold a design charrette for this item and get input. Certainly invite the applicant and his design team, but we could also invite our folks and kind of roll up our sleeves and look at options for the design.
Are we assuming for the charrette that we are in person, or are we doing it online?
No, it would be online. So it'd be virtual rolling up the sleeves.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Does everybody feel good about summarizing their comments tonight then?
Yeah.
Don't all jump in.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
I can give my comments. I just
Okay.
they'll even be less coherent and helpful than usual because of the time.
Okay.
You're gonna
Shailesh, I like your idea of then having maybe, if we give comments tonight, that then discuss design and whatever at another point. Okay. Everybody on board with that?
I don't know if the architect and the applicant are, but.
Are you going to give us? We're already 4 years in. We've put our thing in 2 years ago and still hadn't heard. So, yeah, whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, I do feel like it's more courteous.
This is why everybody is moving to Texas. You know that.
Well, we don't want to be the cause of that. So I say we move ahead.
Okay. Then why don't we, unless you have any other questions, why don't we each give a summary of our thought process for the 3 items? Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
okay, I'll go first.
Okay. Wendy, could you put that up for us? Thank you.
So concerning the proposal change of use, I am in favor of changing the use from residential to commercial. Understanding what the applicant said in this presentation was that the commercial office spaces were going to be used for the actual students, not outside or not outside corporations, but that's going to be what I think as a incubator for students who are in the program to have conversations with venture capitalists or have individual meetings, and at some point be the hub if they do go on to start their personal business or their personal company or whatever that can be. So because it's being used by the students, we're just reducing the number of dormitories to office spaces, but it's still going to be used by individuals within the university. I'm in favor of leaning to approve the change of use. Where I find I'm trying to find a better understanding is the actual use of the creation of the site design of the exterior elevator. If the goal is to create an updated elevator or to go up into the 7th, 8th, or to the penthouse floor, but be more in line and standard for any types of emergency situations, that we then, if a girding needs to be taken to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th floor, that cannot be done with the current elevators that capacity it is now. So because the outside exterior elevator does not stop in those individual floors. So I'm still trying to figure out what's the best use, where can an elevator be placed, and things like that. In terms of the building materials and the string course decorative elements, I agree with the Secretary of Interior standards is that some of the artistic facades need to be included if there is an external elevator, and some of the stucco and some of the glass to be used as well. Yeah, that's what I wrote down. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you. Margaret, do you want to go next?
Sure. Okay, so with regards to item number 1, I support the proposed change in use. I think that it is kind of creates a mixed use building, whether it's a different tenant or one for the university on the office floors. I think that it's acceptable. I understand the exiting issues and that are created, that are already there and that are created. So I think that the site design makes sense. Yes, there may be another interior solution. I would have fun playing around with that all day myself. But as far as looking at the project that is before us, I think it makes sense. I think the possibility of improving that Franklin Court and creating an entry to the commercial space upstairs at that area has some potential. So I guess that's item number 2 for site design and beautification. I think that makes some design sense to me. Although I think that some attention needs to be made to the issues of beautification, this issue of the green wall and the trash location. I think the trash location in the basement seems acceptable if they would utilize it that way. So I think there's a few issues to work out there. So with regards to item number 3, I think that I would also support the maintaining the standards of the Secretary of Interior standards for historic preservation. I have a couple thoughts on historical buildings, and they're kind of similar to open space and development. My husband actually works for an open space agency. And so, you know, once you develop a property, that's gone as like natural open space. It's not, you know, it's not going backwards at least not very often. And so once we don't have a lot of historical buildings in the United States compared to other parts of the world. So once we, you know, step away from that, we're not going back. It's not coming back again. So if we have a building that's eligible for historic preservation, I think we need to maintain that. And although I do like the modern element and the juxtaposition of the elevator element, I think we should hold the course and work, have the architect work with continuing a stucco and punched opening design for that element. That also means that we should work at maintaining the, I forget what it was called, the detail band, the string course decorative element. I don't feel as strongly about that. I feel strongly about the window system, and that it should be punched openings or something less modern. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go next.
Okay.
I'm glad that we're doing the comments now as consideration to Mr. Draper and the applicant. So I want to caveat again that this is kind of my first time looking at this project and the designs. I wasn't able to attend that neighborhood session last month, unfortunately. So my comments, you know, with regards to the first question, I have some skepticism about that proposed change in use. You know, I think there was a careful consideration given in 2013. That building was built and has always been used as a hotel, and there is the kind of substantial exterior dramatic changes that are required to accommodate this kind of use, to be able to put a penthouse office on the top and use the 7th and 8th floors as commercial offices instead of the other properties that the applicant has. Then I have some skepticism around that. On the actual design change of the proposed elevations, that stair and elevator tower on the south elevation, it seems to be in severe contrast to the existing building. And I understand when the architect talked about and Mr. Draper talked about what the intent is with the glass elevator and the view it's going to tell. So I can see that. But for me, and again, I'm not a degreed architect, but how I perceive it is as a very negative and somewhat comical design. Just that's my reaction when I see it. So it's late and I'm just sharing that. It kind of reminds me, I don't know if any of you have been to, there's a ride in Disneyland, the Tower of Terror, which is that old Hollywood hotel, and then they changed it into a Guardians of the Galaxy themed ride, and they slapped a bunch of alien like stuff on the facade, so it's the same hotel, but that to me is what it looks like when I see it. And I'm not saying it to be funny or anything. It's just I'm sharing that candid, just what I see. when I think about that building, and there was some discussion earlier around the concept of a main facade and a secondary facade, a couple of the writers and commenters mentioned that they don't see a primary and secondary, and I feel the same way. When I look at that, building from 4th Avenue, it stands out just as much as when I'm on 3rd Avenue. And so again, that goes back to my concern about the significant change to that south-facing facade with this glass elevator and bolt-on, or what looks like a bolt-on from the rear. So again, if this outside elevator, if that's a requirement to put that penthouse office up on the top floor, then I'm not sure that I can get behind that. In addition to the aesthetics, I have some concerns about how the that new elevator infringes the layout of the restaurant. I believe the applicant mentioned that they want to continue to use the bottom floor as a restaurant. There seemed to be, I think one of the commenters mentioned this too, it seems to really impinge the walkway. And I also have concerns that have been brought up about how the trash is going to be handled, how these plan design changes disrupt that public walkway, concerns around that living wall that was a prior condition of approval. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Through the chair. First of all, I want to mention that I believe I've worked with Mr. Castro on 2 or 3 projects in the past as a general contractor, and his designs have always been impeccable and highly desirable, and I see his work here also. I think both Mr. Draper and Michael had mentioned that the idea of the main driving force behind this proposal was to have versatility in their building, or in the building. And I'm not sure how this gives you versatility in the building. I see it gives you different uses, so that maybe that's what you mean by the versatility. I am okay with the proposed change from dorm to office space. I would be concerned about how that could be actually, what the mechanism for keeping it as an office space only for Draper students. I don't know how the city would ever monitor that, or be able to police it to make sure that it's not sublet to other outside organizations. It seems that that would be somewhat cumbersome for the city to handle. I look at historic buildings as a gift from the past. I do not support modifications to historic buildings, no matter how minor they are. I think it takes away from the property, and I don't think it can ever be gained back. I like the design of the elevator very much. I don't like the design of the elevator in this building. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think it will fit. I've always been told that if a addition looks right, it looks like it grew there. And this, to me, does not look like it grew there. I also want to say that it is a 4-sided building. Diane Whitaker had brought that idea to the Planning Commission for me many years ago. And if there's ever been a building that is viewed by 4 sides, it is this one. And it looks like it will always be, since there's no way that we get to anywhere build that type of height in downtown San Mateo. I don't really fully understand why you would put the expense in to run an elevator to 2 floors only out of the 9. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I don't get the whole concept. Again, I like the design. I don't like it for this building. And I would hope that there would be a way to make the changes but do them within the confines of the existing building envelope. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I will give one explanation that I wrote the historic resource application for Baywood School and then was involved in the addition to that building. So I can appreciate preserving an original structure and getting an addition that works with it seamlessly. I've been involved in the Historical Association with San Mateo County for 12 years. I really enjoy the history of where we live. And as John said, an iconic building is a gift. And I do believe that. I like to appreciate the things that have gone on in various eras since San Mateo first became a little town. And I do think of the Benjamin Franklin Hotel as an iconic downtown building. So that said, the proposed change of use, whether it's for dorm rooms or a business, as I said earlier, that doesn't really affect me as much as what happens once that decision is made. So if changing the use to business orientation that's fine until it would affect the integrity of a historic resource or the building. So if that was going to be built office space, I'm down with that. If it wants to be maintained as dorms, I'm down with that too. As far as, I wanted to comment on the beautification. I think that I would really like to see a little more care taken with the living wall and that alleyway and have it be more inviting for pedestrians to go in and out of there. I know that was a condition of approval before, and I would like to see that a little more care taken in that area. So I would not be in support of an elevator going up the backside, especially given that the Churrigueresque decorations are going to be taken out on one side of the back view of the building. And it is viewed from all of downtown and the park, and you can see it everywhere you go. And I think that that would make the building look unbalanced from a decorative perspective. If I had to talk about the building materials, I think that it should be in line with the building, that the building materials that are being, that the building materials on the historic resource building, and not something modern and flashy. If it's going to be there, it has to blend in. So building material and string course. I know the thought is that on a new edition, you don't mirror what's on the original building, but I think that, I don't know, for me, I would like to see something like that continued if the elevator was going to happen. If there's any way at all that the elevator can be done inside, I think that would be awesome. But 4 years, I'm sure you've looked at all the options. A design charrette would be a very interesting activity to do and look at it further. Anyway, I do appreciate everybody giving their comments tonight. Thank you. So, as this is a study session, there is no motion, there is no decision on anything. Wendy, could you take down the discussion item? Thank you. So why don't we then look into a charrette type study session, and Salish, maybe you can let us know then tomorrow if there are dates that work for you on that.
Of course.
Okay. Terrific. Okay, thank you everyone who came to talk with us about this tonight. Very much appreciated. And we will move on to our reports and announcements.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Thanks for staying so late.
Thank you for staying so late.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad we were able to get the comments done.
Yeah, it was worth staying.
Right. Okay, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night. Hopefully not.
Bye-bye.
Not usually this late.
Chair Mallory and planning commissioners, I just wanted to give you a quick update. There is a city council meeting date for an appeal for the Waters project. We mentioned this earlier in the meeting, but just wanted to provide a little bit more context for you. That project was appealed, or modifications to the original application was appealed. That appeal is going to the city council on January 4th, tentatively, and we can provide some additional details as we get closer to the date. But the merits of the appeal are related to compatibility and adequacy of CEQA and a few other issues that the appellants have raised. But as I said, as we get closer, we can provide a little bit more detail to you.
Do you know who the appellants are?
I do, not readily, but I can get you information. I believe one of the adjoining neighbors on Adrian Street or Court.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I was just wondering if it was a neighbor.
Yeah, it is. That's all I had.
That's all you had? Okay. Well, I think unless our fellow commissioners have anything they want to say or comment on.
Good night.
You guys. Herculean effort tonight. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great Christmas.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. A lot of good discussion.
Talk to you
Good
next
night.
year.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Happy holidays. Stay safe.